I still may speak, but
Brad, can you hear me fine now?
You are good to go. Another comment that came from the chat box was that your slides were not in full screen. We can see your notes.
Okay. Well, I don't have any notes, but it's showing the next slide up, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, if you can just do full screen without that next slide up, that'd be perfect.
Yeah, typically it's nice to see, but see, I have the mouse.
Put that there. And then say,
No mouse, no mouse.
and then say hi.
Yeah, thank you. Perfect. Appreciate that.
Perfect, looks good. You're good to go.
Looks good. You can probably still see that ribbon off the top though, right, Brad? Maybe not.
No.
Okay, good. Okay. Hello, everyone. We have a full room here tonight for those of you on video. I see we have 19 participants on video also. My name is Josh Straka from Strand Associates, a civil engineering firm here in the Madison area. John Solon's with me here tonight, also from Strand. I saw a lot of people handing in comment forms. That will be for speaking, public speaking at the Public Works meeting right after this. So part of what we're going to do first is I'm going to give a kind of a short little presentation and outline kind of where we've been, where we're going, show a few of the options here that are kind of being considered at this point, and then answer a bunch of questions at that time. So we can have questions as a group, discussions as a group, and then after that, I know there's kind of a tentative Public Works meeting scheduled for 7 o'clock, depending on how long this goes or does not go. Public Works Committee will meet after that to discuss this project. So with that, I'm going to try to get through, I probably only have like 10 slides here or so, and to talk through some of the options. I'd like to try to get through all of those, and then we can come back to stuff and ask questions, just so I can kind of get through the material, because some of your questions may be answered as part of that. So let me go through that first. So project limits. I've seen a lot of similar faces in here tonight. We've talked about this several times. The project limits are from Schluter down to Bridge Road. It's that red outlined line there on the screen along Winnequah Road. Just the project history. Winnequah Road was planned for an asphalt overlay in 2018. So what that means is we were going to come in, the city was going to mill off a couple inches of asphalt and resurface it and restripe it at that point. At the same time, that year, a citywide bike and pedestrian plan was going on. There was a planning effort that took place for about a year here at the city. And as part of that plan, Winnequah was a top priority in that plan to provide some different type of pedestrian and bike facilities along Winnequah Road. The entire stretch was mentioned, but specifically the south stretch because it had the highest traffic volume and the most what was a perceived need of peds and bikes that go along that section because of the volume. So we started to plan South Winnequah Road in 2019. The city started talking about it. We were holding some meetings. Options were considered along Winnequah Road at that time. A lot of it was talked about from Bridge to Maywood. Could we get bikes and peds up to at least the Maywood section at first? Budget played a big factor in that and how far we could go to begin with these ped and bike facilities. Some of the talk was around remove the bump outs, eliminate the parking lane on the west side of the street. Bike options were discussed at length, a variety of them: bike lanes, multi-use paths, bike boulevards, cycle tracks, going back and forth on a variety of different options. Adding sidewalk, various options considered: west side, east side, both sides at that time. And then we actually held some property owner specific meetings late that year because some of these impacted certain properties on the north side. You'll see that the north side is definitely, the road itself today is less wide than the south side of that road. And we'll talk a little bit about that today. At that point, everything kind of came to a halt late in 2019. COVID started, budgets were a little uncertain, and this project got pushed off. Oops. That was not supposed to be there. Oh yeah, it was. Sorry. So what you can see here is what are we dealing with out there today? I'm trying to get rid of this tile. There we go. Existing Winnequah Road. What does it look like? So there's a southern section and there's a northern section here. And I got my mouse up on the screen now. Brad, can you see my mouse also on video?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So we're talking about the top one up there, and that's the southern section. And that goes from Owen down to Bridge Road. There's 33 feet wide of pavement there. And what's happening today is, I'm just pointing out some of the specifics. There's narrow driving lanes. The standard minimum for this type of collector street is 10 feet, and they're 9 feet today. So they're a little bit less wide than is preferred. Parking lane is too narrow. Standard minimum width for parking is 7 feet from the curb out. Well, you need 8 feet total from the curb face out to the drive lane, or out to the edge of the parking lane. I'm going to answer questions at the end. Is that okay? Oh, I thought you were turning around to ask a question. I'm sorry. I just thought you got in the back of my large park vehicles overlap into that bike lane. We see that out there. Bump out areas are not used correctly. A bunch of us see that out there on the corridor. There's speeding issues along the corridor, and there's parking areas now restricted in the summer months along that west side of the street. Then you go to the north side, and there's only 30 feet of pavement. So the south side, from Owen down to Bridge Road, there's 33 feet of pavement. On the north side, there's only 30. So it's 3 feet less wide. Narrow drive lanes again, 9 feet in width. The bump outs will be removed up in that section. There are speeding issues also up there. The roadway is shifted east. So there's 100 feet of right-of-way. And I kind of centered the right-of-way on both pictures here. But you can see the road on the southern half is pretty much centered. The road on the northern half is pushed to the east side of the right-of-way, as you can see up here. And this is just a representation. It varies. You know, I have a variant here. It varies in width as you go along that corridor. And there's retaining walls on the north side. There's a point where there's retaining walls on both sides. There's a retaining wall here, and there's a decorative wall on the west side. So retaining wall on the east, it's right up against the curb, and a decorative wall on the west side that's just set off the curb 3 to 4 feet. So proposed improvements to the public in July of this year was to remove the curb line, the bump outs at all the intersections, the 5 of them that you can see up there, Graham, Greenwood, Frostwoods, Owen, and Megara, and mill and overlay the asphalt from Bridge Road to Schluter, just like Public Works was planning on doing in the first phase. Getting a delay here. Restripe the roadway pavement markings to widen the bike lanes where possible, provide a little more room for bikes. Eliminate the parking lanes on the west side of the road. Add sidewalks from Bridge Road to Maywood along the east side of the roadway. That is what was proposed at the July meeting. We had to come in with an option. We wanted to get feedback. That was the best thing that fit at that time. Public comments. What do we receive then? Remove the bump outs. I mean, that was pretty loud and clear at that meeting that the bump outs were something that just weren't being used. And I tried to highlight maybe a little bit more of the bolder ones in the statement. Control roadway speed, right? We talked about speed humps, we talked about stop signs, we talked about just law enforcement overall, and what could we do, maybe narrowing the road was discussed as part of that. Minimize trees and landscapes, tree and landscape impacts, right? That's a very important part of this corridor. Character was thrown out there a lot. Let's maintain the character. Provide some parking on the west side of the street. You know, that was hit or miss. It's not as bolded, but that was brought up. Avoid the wall impacts. More residents were against, at that point, what I felt, at least at that meeting, more residents were against the east sidewalk than for it. You can remember those that were there, we were kind of taking these hand polls and trying to figure out where everybody was at. The public wanted more options. And I don't blame you. That was kind of the first crack at this, to let's see what was out there. So, Winnequah Road Design Alternatives, as October, we came to the Public Works with 3 options. Public Works, based off that meeting that we had with the public. We came to Public Works Committee. The first option was to remove the bump outs, add 3 speed humps, add 3 parking bays, mill and overlay the roadway, and just restripe it for the bikes and peds to still use the common lane and the cars. So this was the option where we wouldn't add a sidewalk on one side of the road or anything else. We're kind of staying within the footprint, except for removing the bike lanes and then restriping it. Option 2, similar to option 1, but we propose shifting the roadway, the north part of it, Owen and Maywood, we were going to add 3 feet to it. Right? We're going to shift it 3 feet west to accommodate a future sidewalk and to avoid retaining walls impacts. So we wouldn't install the sidewalk on option 2. Option 3 was installing the sidewalk now. So we would shift the whole road on the north side to fit that sidewalk right up against the retaining wall on the east side. So those were brought to the Public Works. We talked about them. There was a lot of public there at that meeting, and there was additional comments, right, public comments. Shifting the roadway to the north may impact both the walls during construction, as the improvements would be placed right next to the walls. I don't disagree with that statement. We'd have sidewalk on one side, right up against the wall, and the decorative wall on the other side. At the narrowest spot, we'd almost be right on top of it with a curb. So it was very, very tight to get that to work. Where would the mailboxes, the garbage bins, the leaves, the snow go between the walls, between both walls? If we were taking up all that space, where are we going to put those things? Valid concern. Again, I heard this strongly, maintaining the character of the corridor, right? It's landscaped. It's very beautiful. You come through it. It's part of, the Monona gateway over there along the lake, right? As you come up through from north to south. Sidewalk installation would impact the roots of surrounding trees and landscaping. Do we really need that sidewalk, right? Reduce the roadway width to control speed. I heard that again quite often as part of that meeting. It seemed like that was a strong statement. And again, I said, is the sidewalk really needed? There were still questions. Do we need the sidewalk? Can they stay on the street? Could there be another option, right? I heard that at the Public Works Committee meeting. So after that, we met with staff again a little bit, and we came up with option 4. So this is the option I want to also show tonight as part of this. Again, all the options remove the bump outs, all the options mill the existing asphalt. In this option, we would leave the curb line the east curb line at its current location. So leave the east curb line exactly where it is, north and south, all along the corridor. We'd move the west curb line east, so we would narrow the road to 2 11-foot driving lanes. We'd remove the west curb line, and we narrow it up. You'd have 22 feet of overall pavement, and only cars could drive on that.
Is that the whole length or just?
Whole length, same section. We'd still add the 3 speed bumps, so we're narrowing to control speed quite a bit more than that's out there today, and we're adding the speed humps. Install an 8 to 10 foot multi-use path on the west side of the existing roadway for bikers and pedestrians. I put 10. The 10 is the preferred minimum in the engineering standards. 8 feet can be used around critical points. That's something for the committee to decide on what they want to do, but 10 would be preferred in the engineering world and in something that I would propose. Provide a 2 to 4 foot terrace, 4 foot again being preferred, between the west curb line and the multi-use path. This 4 feet would be the grass area for the mailboxes, for the garbage bins, for the leaves, for the snow, all in that spot. No on-street bike lanes. They all use the multi-use path. And parking bays could be added on either side of the roadway. You could add them to the east, you could add them to the west. But remember, if we add the parking bays, you're carving out past the curb and you're creating impacts further out in the right-of-way. Okay? So that's just something to consider. Let me show you what these look like. I'm going to meet this person first. Here we go. So I've put the 3 options up there. On top, you see option 1, 3, and 4. I did not put option 2 because option 2 and 3 are the same. Option 3 just includes the sidewalk now. So the first option is the minor reconstruct. Again, we basically mill the pavement, take out the bump outs, and I should say this is in the southern section, so this is from Owen south. I will show the northern section next. We, restripe this for 10-foot minimum for the bike lanes, and that leaves us with 6.5 feet for peds and bikes on the road, which is a little bit wider than obviously what they have today. Now again, in all these options, this east curb line is staying right where it is, okay? As you come down, these are all to scale, kind of scaling over. Then the next one is option 3. Again, same cross section, the 33 feet, 10, 10, 6.5, 6.5. We just add a sidewalk, a 5-foot sidewalk to the east side. There's less impacts on the east side. We've talked about that in the past. A little bit less tree removal, a little easier to get around things on that east side. And then option 4, shift the curb in the with a multi-use path. So again, the east curb here stays right where it is. 2 11-foot lanes, then a new curb. 4-foot grass terrace, 8-foot pedestrian way. This pedestrian way, the way it is drawn with a 4-foot terrace and an 8-foot head and an 8-foot pedestrian way, only is 1 foot past where that existing curb is today. Basically fits within the right of way. Well, it definitely fits within the right of way because we have 100 feet. But it fits almost within that other footprint. It just overhangs 1 extra foot past where the curb is today. I'd prefer it to be 10. Like I said, that would be the standard, so we'd be hanging 3 feet over that. The driveways would be reconstructed on the side. All the mailboxes, trash cans, and I'm sure garbage bins and leaves and stuff would be on the terrace. And all the bike and pedestrian traffic would be right there, which used to be old roadway. So let's go to the north side. Again, we can come back and talk about these. I just want to show you them all here real quick. The north side, again, this whole road is shifted to the east, like I showed before. On option 1, that curb, as it is today, is right up against that wall. So this is what it looks like today. It's just we provide an overlay, we restripe it, and we take out the bump outs. Option 2, remember we have to shift the north section over. So this curb, the east curb, and the west curb gets moved. The tightest section by the wall, that curb's right up against the wall, tightest section. Sidewalk is right up against the wall on the other side, just like the curb was before it. And you can fit that section in, you can just fit that section in the tightest point of the wall with the sidewalk there. So in this case, that 5-foot sidewalk would not have green space in between it. When it goes up near the wall, it would bend back in by the wall, follow the wall, and then come back out. Option 4, same thing. We leave this east curb right where it is. We build off of that. In this case, we can only provide 2 feet of grass space. Maybe that's grass, maybe that's pavement, maybe it's all the path, because maybe somebody doesn't want to take care of that little piece of grass. And we still got a foot away from the wall, the tightest spot. So it fits in there. Again, it's an 8-foot path. In this case, I can live with the 8-foot path because in the standards it says when you're going past, a constraint like a wall, a tree, power poles, things that we just can't move. A power pole could be moved, but you could live with a little bit narrow of a path here in this section when you look at the standards. The cost of all those are there. 925, 1,350, 1.4 for costs. What's the project schedule? This is the last slide. We had the first public informational meeting July 22. October 6th, we held that public works meeting. Here we are tonight. The idea is to get this ready for next year to construct. That is preferred unless it gets pushed. Unless it gets pushed out of the budget. But if it stays in the budget, we do final design January through February, kind of bid in March, and then you construct it next summer. So I want to open it to questions. There's a lot of people in this room, so we are going to try to hold it, one question at a time. I'll try to answer it fairly quickly, and we'll move on from there. Right here up front.
So can you go back to the previous slide?
Yeah.
So previous meetings, you said it was better to have this multi-use on the east side because of the streets connecting.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yep.
Crosswoods and the other streets coming to here.
Yep.
So I'm wondering why you wouldn't have this over here.
The multi-use on the other side.
Yeah.
I think, and maybe I'm wrong, and I think others have given us this opinion that most of the bike traffic travels north to south along this corridor. Or at least 2/3 to 3/4 of it does. When they do the lake loop, a lot of bikers keep the lake they follow the lake to the inside. So that's why we're considering it like this.
But we're both using it both ways.
They would.
Yes.
Yeah, they would. They would use it both ways, but a lot of the traffic is coming from that side, so they'd have to cross to get over. They'd have to cross Winnequah. In this case, they don't have to cross. So if you have 2/3 of your traffic or 3/4 of your traffic coming from the north, keep them on the north side. They don't have to cross Winnequah
So
Road.
that the children have to cross to go to
They
school.
do.
The majority of pedestrians have to cross.
Yep, they're going to. In this case, they will.
Can you please put up a sign that says bikes here? Because the bicyclists don't seem to pay much attention to what they're doing.
It's a residential street, go around it.
Wow.
We're not gonna get into bantering back and forth.
Yeah, we don't, I don't want that. So, that comment, that sounds more like a comment than a question, but you're right. We're gonna have to have both ends sign it accordingly and try to get them into there. There is, even with this option, the bikers have the right to still be on the street. I mean, that's a state statute. If they want to just stay on the street and bike through the corridor, they can. And they're going to that's going to slow down traffic on Winnequah Road because they're going to have to take the lane. If there's no bike lane on there now, they're going to have to take the lane, so you're going to be behind a biker. Or you're going to go around them. If there's nobody coming, you might go around them. The idea is just to kind of paint a, I think Dan at Public Works, you would kind of want to just paint a skip dash yellow line down the thing so you knew where the center was and you could go around people as you needed to if it was going to be this tight. White, yeah, right there.
I have two questions. The first is, in July, you told us that by taking the bump out, the traffic would speed up, widening the road and make the traffic faster.
Yep.
Can you tell me what your understanding is about what any of these designs, the three speed signals, will do to the speed of the traffic? I want your assessment. You were frank about it earlier, so
Yep.
let's hear what you think will happen in the speed signals.
Okay.
And the second question is, can you please tell us which trees will be chopped down? And if you don't have time, just tell me which oak trees will be chopped down.
Fair. Yes, I can do that. Brad, I have a quick question for you. Can you hear questions? Brad, you're on mute. Can you hear questions?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so you could hear that last question.
Yeah, it gets kind of faded if people are not belting it out a little bit.
No, I just wanted to make sure, and I'll try to repeat it. So the first question was what? Speed tables. Thank you, everyone. The first question was speed tables. Yes, I think the speed tables will slow down the speed along the corridor. They'll definitely be slowed before and after them, and then they're going to still try to speed up to the next one and do that. Out of all of these options, obviously narrowing the road, the last one is going to control the speed the most, because I do still think you will also get some bikers that will just hardcore stay on the road, and that will slow people down too. But the narrowing of the road will slow people down quite a bit. That's quite a bit narrow. I mean, we're going from 22 feet to what's 33 and 30 feet now. I know that road has bike lanes, but it's still open and it feels open for vehicles. And I see a lot of vehicles as they go down that road, if there's two passing each other and there's nobody in the bike lanes, they kind of move over a little bit just to kind of give each other space. So they're using that extra pavement space as they're going up and down that fairly quickly. So I think obviously option 4 would be the best. Yes, I think all of the options with the speed tables will help in speed control. Yeah. I'm going to go to the back, way to the, and the trees. And there's a question, could you specifically tell me on the trees? So I can tell you this right now, and I can send you some more specifics if we want specifics. Option 1 takes 7 trees. Option 3 takes 11.
What's the definition of a tree?
Yep, I'm not done. Yep. Option, I'm almost there. Option 4 takes 7 to 14 if I can widen the path to 10 feet. It's going to take more. These are trees of 6-inch in caliber and larger.
What is caliber? Is that diameter?
That's diameter. That's just, yep.
Circumference?
Nope, that's diameter.
Diameter.
Yep.
So,
And I'm not going to be perfect on this count. If you guys really want a perfect count, we need to get an option, and we need to go out and physically count them. I mean, it's a little unfair to ask every tree that's going to be cut down when there's like 17 options that we are constantly considering on this thing. We're going to take trees down. We are going to have to remove some trees with all the options. 7 to 14 pretty major trees. Oak trees probably 4, I think, is about where we are at in that count. Some of them are coming out even when you move the bump outs. When you remove the bump outs, there's some oak trees right behind them. You're going to lose them. They're right behind them. Yeah, they're right behind the bump outs. So some of them are coming out no matter what with all of these options if you remove the bump outs. I don't, and we're also going to have secondary growth. Yes, they are trees. I think that's where the question was up front here. We are going to lose all the secondary growth canopy where that path is going in a couple spots where there's all secondary growth along that corridor. Right up front.
Snow removal, and who's responsible in any of these situations?
That's good. That's a good question.
For the multi-use path, if option 4 is taken, the city will do the snow removal on the multi-use path, and we'll do any crack sealing, pavement marking, things like that to maintain it in the future.
I'm going to come over here for a second because I've been going that way.
I want to ask about the terraces, because you haven't addressed, if there's a sidewalk on the east side,
Yep.
the terrace and the sidewalk is going to encroach how far? You said the other side,
Sure,
it would be
sure.
like 1 foot.
Yep.
How much in that direction? And
Yep.
does the terrace have to be that wide? I walked down McKenna, and those terraces, to my eye anyway, do not look like they're 4 to 5 feet. They
Yeah.
look maybe 3. And on Monona Drive, there are places where the terrace is maybe 3 at most. So I'm just wondering why that's kind of sketchy.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Do you want to rephrase the question so it can be heard over for the Zoom and things? Or
Brad,
do you want me to start?
we can do that. Yeah, that you could do that too. Brad said he could hear him. Did you hear that just a second
Okay,
ago?
all right.
He says he can hear it a little bit.
Okay,
Or I
well,
can.
we'll let Brad decide if he's having a trouble.
Brad, if you're having a hard time, we could start to pass a mic. So the question was about trees. The second option in sidewalks, the sidewalks and terraces. I guess I'm sorry. I was going to answer with trees. Terraces and how wide the terraces should be. So we were planning, rough plan on if it is on the east side, 4 foot of terrace, 5 foot of sidewalk. That's going to bend and go around trees though, because we don't want to hit trees, right? So some of that's going to be a 10-foot terrace. Sometimes that sidewalk's going to come a lot closer to the road. It depends on what trees we want to remove and what trees we don't want to remove on the east side. So it varies. Can it be less? Yes, it can be less. You're not going to get good snow storage there, so you're going to be fighting keeping snow off your sidewalk as they plow. So you can go down to 2 feet, but then you're fighting that the whole time, all winter long as they
Do you
plow.
know how wide they are in McKenna?
I believe they're 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I believe they're 4 in McKenna. And I think is it a 6-foot sidewalk? I think they were 5 and 5,
Yeah.
5-foot sidewalk, 5-foot terrace, and then we went to 6-foot sidewalk, 4-foot terrace. So the terrace should look narrower than the sidewalk because the sidewalk is wider there. It's a foot wider.
Yeah.
If my memory is right, Dan, I believe that's how it is.
Well, I really appreciate option 4. I think it's a great advancement in thinking. My curiosity is if I overlay it with future plan bike paths
Yep.
and the amenities in the community that we're trying to get kids safely to,
Mhm.
there's a lack of correlation between basically ped crossings and like parks
Yep.
and where the bike lane lands. And I'm guessing you're going to jam this thing up, so that's the
Mhm.
next phase.
Yep.
But I'm curious, my question is, if there's been any thought about something such as crosswalk tables that have the turn right at the intersections to from both directions, manage traffic speed, and highlight effectively the crossing traffic for pedestrians and bikes. So sort of advancing that with the thought in one level.
Right, like the speed table, the speed humps could be placed at the crosswalks, and we've thought about that a little bit to then cross them to the multi-use path side. So, yeah, the speed table will be placed there on the top of the speed table. You could actually have your laddered crosswalk, and you could get over to the multi-use path. So it's serving two things. It's up elevated a little bit, and then it's speed hump driven at the same time. I do think that's what we would try to do. Yeah. Yeah, you could have some flashing beacons out there as well if you wanted. Yes.
And option 4 is the multi-use path. Is that going to be pavement or concrete?
That would be asphalt. Yep. Asphalt pavement, yes. Yep. Good question.
I'm just curious if there was any further discussion about a potential one-way, because what that would offer is it would offset, minimize any number of trees, landscaping being impacted, while still being allowed to maintain your current widths and painting lines basically to identify pedestrian and bike pathways.
Mhm.
And thus, I feel like it addresses a lot of the issues that have been brought up. Minimizes the cost, also minimizes the impact to the feeling of the street as well as the people that live on the street.
Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, one-ways is not an option at this time. This is a collector street. The MPO has it as a collector street, so you're gonna lose your funding on it that way.
Can you share a little bit about what that means? I just don't understand.
So, you know, you get a subsidy for your roads and how they're classified. Monona Drive, Winnequah, Bridge Road, Broadway, all are at higher level streets, so you get different types of funding type for them. So you'd have to go to the MPO and say, hey, we're going to unclassify the street. There'd be a financial impact to that. And then also you have a traffic pattern that you're going to change, so all the traffic's going to have to distribute to other streets. So if that's going to happen, I believe that meeting takes place outside of this, because now you impact a lot more people than just the people that are sitting in this room. For instance, there's a lot of people that use this road in different fashions than just the people in the room that live on the road, right? It is really the only north-south direct route up along the lake, unless you go to Monona Drive, which I don't know if a lot of people are going to do that. I think they're going to try to do a lot of cut-throughs as part of it.
I think to say it's the only would be not quite accurate, because if you go up Bridge
Yeah.
is a wider road,
Yep.
Has significant side paths and stuff like that, and goes parallel for a decent amount of it.
Right.
And then when you get to the northern part of this section we're talking about, in theory, it would shunt it to Nichols Road.
So on Bridge Road, then we would have the same kind of impacts of where are we putting pads, that sort of thing. So it's got to go at one place.
They already addressed those, right?
There's no sidewalk on that, is there?
There's massive.
Very largely.
Yeah, but again, I think everybody has to know, as an engineer standing up here, I can't tell you to put people on the road. I can't do it. It's not standard practice.
You can't support.
I cannot support.
How about dividers?
I cannot support promoting people to walk on the road on major thoroughfares. I can't tell you to do that. It would be going against everything that people would say.
Can you do something like?
Now, I understand you have kind of the Monona sidewalk that is the road in a lot of cases, but it's not something that I think many people would ever propose to do.
Can you do something like an option one, but combine the bike and pedaling? So you basically have a 10, 10, and then 10 to 13, and then use some sort of actual physical divider.
Yeah, if there was if you could divide it, and you could divide it from the bikeway, or you could keep the multi-use path on the road. So if you go to the one-way, we can talk about the one-way a lot, but I think that's a different discussion here. I think that's something that the council and the have to say yes or no on. I mean, if they don't want the one-way, then I don't think there's a point in talking about it as far as this discussion. Right.
Josh, I don't want to cut anybody off, but there's a couple people online that have been waiting for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, I can't see those, Brad. So you're gonna have to show me those.
We got Chad Spate and Corey C. Both have their hand raised for a while. Here.
Okay, let's go to Chad. I see you there. Is that Julie?
Thanks, Josh. So I think that this multi-use path is a great option for us to consider. I'm curious to understand, up at the north end of the road, where we have essentially a private fence that was built in the public right-of-way. First off, I think it has to be said that on any street where there's a public right-of-way, if a homeowner builds something that obstructs the right-of-way, like the city is not bound to avoid that. And I think we're making a mistake as a city to constrain the proper rebuilding of this road because someone has rebuilt a historic fence. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that we're going to keep that fence. Why can't we put this multi-use path in the 40 feet of public right-of-way that is on the other side of the fence.
We could do
Because
that.
I think that would actually be a way to create the safest possible reconstruction of this, of these various corridors that are serving the various users that need to be able to safely come and go along South Winnequah. Has there been any discussion of that?
Not here tonight, but that is an option, right? And there is some trees on the backside of that wall, Chad, too, that are oak trees, right? We were talking about oak trees before. There's oak and hickory and some other things behind the wall. But yes, I mean, you can see how much right-of-way is on the backside of the wall. You're right, 40 plus feet probably on the backside of the wall is public right-of-way. Here's the right-of-way. Here's the wall as part of that. So it is there. Here's the right-of-way on the other side. We're right up against it. That's why, we'd have to push it west because the right-of-way on the other side is on the east side, is right up against that other wall. Who else was online that wanted to speak? Brad.
Oh, we have Corey C. His hand raised as well.
Hi. I'm really a strong supporter of this option 4 of the bike path on the west side. I live near the bridge and Winnequah intersection and see just the turmoil of people getting lost, stuck, and confused at that intersection. And having it on the west side would mean that all of that traffic and people would be off of the main spot there. So I guess some questions that I have, and I think it'll be great because it'll add like a bike path to Monona and actually like develop that a little bit further.
Turn them down.
And so my question is, will there be a lot of signage around the Winnequah Bridge intersection to make sure that bikes really do follow that path? And then also kind of on the other side, further up, on the north side, what will the bike path turn into? And is there like a plan for long term what that would look like?
So I'm showing it on the screen. I'm assuming you guys can still see my screen on your end. The path now comes along and across the bridge and it stays on the side, and there's a larger crosswalk here to get the bikes over to one side versus the other. This could just be extended, so the multi-use path is already on that side coming off the bridge. So the connection could be pretty easy down here to keep the bikers where they are, and signage could be placed just prior to it that shows an arrow to keep the bikers on the path. And then let me just scroll to the other side here. Bear with me, everyone. This is a very long PDF. Uh-oh, I'm highlighting things. So the north side, it's not 100% set yet. If we go with this option, we obviously have to think about it a little bit more. Does that take place here at a stop control Maywood section, or does it take place up here where we maybe end it at the Maywood Park? So as I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit more so people can see. As bikes come down this bike lane, there's signage and stuff here that says multi-use, multi-path. This narrows up, so they're going to see that narrowing, and there's a ramp here for a multi-use path. So they come just across that and onto the path, and when they come out the other side, they'd have to go like this. Now, will they follow those markings? Sometimes they're just going to cut straight across if they look up over their shoulder. So I think that's the tightest spot is the transition until, is there a future plan, like you said, to carry this up to Winnequah Park or further along and then snake through Winnequah Park? Maybe in the future. Again, these are just the limits of the project where the budget is today. I'm going to go back across the room to the gentleman that's standing up over there, and then I'll get the one sitting down right.
So we've got a lot of options, and a lot of people are throwing out ideas, and that's really kind of a solution focus. What I haven't heard are kind of the specific problems that we're trying to solve. And so speed obviously is one that I think everyone's ended up saying, but when we're evaluating these options, being very, very, very upfront, transparent of the problems that we're attempting to kind of solve here.
Yep.
All of the constraints, like the trees, to say, yep, that's a constraint for all these things,
Yep.
kind of judge these options, is something that will be very, very helpful. And that's something that I haven't seen in any of these presentations, that is this list of 5 different problems, and to be able to kind of prioritize those values to Because I'm sure everyone here has an opinion that is going to impact their personal property, their lifestyle, and that's really, really, really hard to do if we don't have that transparency for what problems we're actually trying to solve. And things that you just said on the that corridor coming right off of a bridge, like we can have signage all you want, and like you said, bikers can ride on the road and they're going to do that.
They can do that.
So those types of things and whether they're viable solutions based on those problems, it's really good to just be transparent about that.
So I guess, and maybe you've been at multiple meetings, but I did point out the things that everybody was concerned about. Do you have other concerns that we're not addressing, or?
Those are kind of constraints and topics, but the bump outs, right? I think everyone agrees bump outs are bad.
Right.
That they haven't worked to solve whatever problem they were intended to.
So that's one,
But, really to kind of end up saying, like, what are the top problems that we're hoping whatever solution gets implemented is going to solve?
Right, speed was the other, right? So I think we just discussed both of those. The other, anybody else have any others? They want to. Pedestrian and bikes has been the number one while we started this thing, so I would have ranked that as number one.
There hasn't been a pedestrian or bicycle accident there for 12 years.
I thought I heard there was just one.
1 in 5 years.
Yeah.
That was end up in
Right. So we're going to wait for one. I know that this group wants to wait for one, but I don't think you should. That's so. We
There are
have.
drownings at the pool every year. Why don't we fill that in with cement?
Okay.
We're not going to banter.
Again, I want to somewhat stay. I want to answer questions. I can't answer questions like that. I just can't. Yeah. I can't hear you. What?
Don't be snarky to us then, and expect us not to be snarky back.
Hey, I'm honestly. I mean, there's
this group wants to wait for one is a pretty snarky statement.
Yeah, but they've had a lot of positive stuff on this too from people in the community, and they went through a bike and ped plan that indicated this is the number one concern. Julie was on that plan, and you've had Well, again, I'm just going by that.
We all know how biased that was, so please. Josh, you know it was biased.
I sat through 3 different public meetings, and it seemed like there was a lot of support. I guess are you just?
Their data was set up for a particular outcome. It was biased from the get-go. They went to bikers, and they gave them prizes to get the answers that they wanted. That whole thing was a UW experiment with no budget, and it was in debt with the Bike Federation. That's what that was.
Are you talking about the UW one or the one the city did?
Right, when it all came together, and that was.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
that bike club.
So then I'm going to cross out the ped bikes. We're just speed and speed. So I do hear some would like ped bikes. Yeah, absolutely. Julie.
So, looking at option 4, I like the multi-use plan, or my multi-use path plan. However, I just would love for everyone just to consider if that is the option that we're going with. People on the east side no longer have a route to walk on the road or beside the road. So during winter, where are they going to walk? Or are they going to cross at not a crosswalk? So that was just something that came to mind. I was on the pedestrian and bike committee, and I was on it for pedestrian safety. And one of the things we actually really wanted was sidewalks on both sides. So this is a compromise. So how do we keep pedestrians safe when they're crossing the road in winter and there's no place to walk on their property because the snow's held up? Second, when looking at pedestrian and bike safety with the multi-use plan, I would really love for everyone to consider that 10-foot width, just because when you're looking at the sidewalk you were going to put in was 5 feet, and now you're going to make it 8 for bi-directional bikers and walkers. I just feel like it really should be that width. But thank you to everyone for really listening. I really feel that, Public Works and the council has really listened and tried to come up with other options, so thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Yes, you've had your hand up, sorry.
Thank you. So, as a parent of young children and somebody who lives on the east side of the road, I'm very much in favor of a safe place for people to walk. I agree with the engineering firm. Putting pedestrians on the roadway is a bad idea. That's why you don't see it done anywhere else. I get that this is a contentious issue. Some people don't want it in their front yard. Other people don't want it in their front yard. Question though, regarding the bump outs. It seems like it's a settled deal. Majority, I guess, wants these bump outs removed. If there is another provision for bicycles, such as the option 4, is there a compelling reason to move the bump outs? One of the reasons I ask is, that's the only place the school bus will stop and pick up my kids. Where are they supposed to wait? Where are they supposed to walk to and from the bus if there's no safe place to stop? And, I mean, state statutes prohibit walking with your back to traffic, so they'll drop them off on the other side of the street, make them cross the street, and then they're supposed to walk on the roadway with their back to traffic. We know that's a bad design. We have an opportunity here to do something better. And another quick comment, in the 11 years I've lived here, every single park along this corridor has been redeveloped. There's new playgrounds everywhere, twice as much kayak storage as there used to be, a whole new entertainment district that you can walk to on Bridge Road by the river. There's more destinations. Before I left here, I stood in my front yard. I could see 13 houses, 8 of which now have young children that didn't before when the road was last designed. So demographics have changed, neighborhood usage has changed, the facilities have changed. I get this part's not a question, but all of us here have legs, okay? We need a safe place, a comfortable place, a not super anxiety-inducing way to get around our neighborhood. Part of the attraction of Monona is that it's a quaint, comfortable, lakeside, small town community. It's not comfortable to walk on the roadway with cars passing you 4 to 6 inches away. So the question though, is there a compelling reason to even remove the bump outs if there is a bicycle path?
Yeah, so if there's a bicycle lane and we're trying to fit other things in there, I'm trying to think off the top of my head, will they fit without removing the bump outs? I don't think they will. Just off the top of my head. That's kind of why, John, do you? Yeah, removing the whole curb. So some of the other things won't fit, like as far as the sidewalk and whatnot, especially in the northern end. When you get to the northern side, they won't fit in here in this space. But you could potentially leave a couple of them if you really wanted to on the south side.
Possibly. They also, one more quick thing, they serve as a place to wait at the crosswalks.
Yep.
Because now there's
Yep.
bump outs protecting pedestrians at all of the T intersections. Okay, so, and there's crosswalks
Right.
from your protected stance of the pedestrian from the one side to the other. And if you lose that and you have no pedestrian corridor on the east side, the crosswalks are to and from where?
Yeah.
It makes sense to have them at the parks. I'm totally in favor of speed tables versus speed bumps. Speed tables by where the park entrances are,
Yep.
something that's a visual distinction that will encourage drivers to slow down and alert them that this is a pedestrian crossing area. But you need to think about where the pedestrians to go, where to come from on the east side of the
Right.
street.
So would you be just a question back, I guess as part of that, would you be as concerned about having the bump outs if you had the sidewalk or multi-use path? No, because that's where the kids would be. And that's where they'd wait.
Correct. Well,
Correct? Right? It would only be in this first,
Except I like this multi-use path idea a lot. Except I live on
You
the
leave
east
it
side
on
of
the
the
east side of the
street,
road.
and everything I've heard
Yeah.
so far was going to be, well, you guys are just going to put the sidewalk on the east side, and
Yeah.
I'm cool with that, because then my kids have access to it.
Yeah.
So, no, well, the sidewalks were originally going to be on the east side.
Yeah.
For the last several months, the plan was they were going to be on the east side.
Yep.
I like the multi-use path on the west side. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think there should be, I don't know, there needs to be some provision at the crossings,
Yeah.
or like I started with, the places where the kids wait for the school bus.
A question for perspective on the multi-use path with other paths that are in and around here, this area that we use, just for perspective, that's all. Can we equate that to like the John Nolan Drive where it's multi-use, like the width wise?
yeah, well, there's parts of it that are, the multi-use paths through Dane County vary at widths. I'd say a lot of them are 10 plus you'll get some that are narrower at, like the one right when you come down on Bridge Road and turn and then go back up along the Ahara River as you're heading that way is narrow. It's only 8 feet. So you get kind of a mix from 8 to 12 throughout different parts and places in the Dane County area. Yeah. But otherwise, it's very similar.
A lot of the concern, like I do that with my family
Yeah.
all the time, of being able to pedestrians and like
So, and I should point out with the multi-use pass, because I'm trying to give everybody all the facts here, and I apologize if I was being snarky before. I did not mean that. The multi-use path on that side, that usually when you do multi-use paths, there's not as many access points to them. So you got to remember, you have driveways on that side, and the driveways on that side have to realize that when you back up or you pull out, there's traffic going either direction as they pass there. Right. Right. I mean, you are gonna have to pay attention. You know, just like there's a sidewalk, you have to pay attention. But bikes are traveling a little faster, right, than walking public. So that I think is the thing, at least on the engineering side for me, is the narrow path and the access points. Now, do they have those in other places? Yes. The city of Fitchburg just put several of them on their busy roads. They just got done with Fish Hatch. Has a ton of commercial access along that one side. They did it along PD that have multi-use paths with access along them. So people are doing it. You just have to be aware. There's people that can go either direction on those.
So across the bridge, across the Black Bridge now, is that actually a multi-use path?
Yes, on the bridge.
But then, is there also a lane by?
There is.
Yeah. That's confusing.
Yeah, there's both.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the space was there.
I'd like to see some designation that is a multi-use path.
Yeah.
On Black Bridge and this as well.
Yeah, maybe it's marked or something as far as you can put markings and stuff, pavement markings on there and signage.
You go up by the Monona Terrace.
Yep.
You know, that's multi-use. Then
Yep.
you've got this bridge strip where the pedestrians walk.
Yeah, so that's divided. Yeah, that's divided where you have, I like those even better, where the peds walk here and the bikes walk here. We don't have that much space.
And bricks would be nice here instead of grass.
Yeah, along that one side. I got to go all the way to the back. I'm sorry. I think I've told you I was coming to you a few times.
Okay, I have a couple questions. You listed at the beginning of a lot of things you hit on.
Yeah.
Was it discussed ever to reduce the speed on Winnequah to 20 miles per hour?
I think that was suggested at meetings, yes.
And where did that go?
That wasn't something that I was addressing. That's something I think.
Because, you know, as we know, speed is a concern, safety is a concern. We know about, I think the average is 31 miles per hour. By lowering it, hopefully the average would go down as well.
Would go down.
The second point that you answered the lady's question regarding the one-way street, that was not an option. I'm curious, who decided that was not an option?
We just were never told to kind of push forward with that option.
Because it had been brought up, I've been to all these meetings multiple times by multiple residents about a one-way street, and it's disheartening to know that it's not an option, but there's no reason why, and there's no one here from the city to share why it wasn't an option. And you mentioned also earlier that if we look at Winnequah as a one-way street, that would be a bigger discussion for the entire city of Monona to be involved in. And I think really that's what the people here in this room want, is because this is a beautiful entrance to our city, and unfortunately it's being debated by the residents who live on either the east or the west side of Winnequah, instead of getting the voices of all residents of Monona. And so I think that if we look into options as far as redoing the street and potentially destroying trees and vegetation and habitat, to only hear the voices of those who live on Winnequah is really a disservice. And I would hope that we would look at a one-way street again with an answer to why that wasn't an option. And then finally, I think I'd like to know from the city council is, you know, I've talked to my neighbors and they're, you know, the questions like, how are you going to vote 1, 2, 3, or 4? And I know I'm not voting. I'd like to know what the process is come November 1st, as far as how the alders and the mayor will present this with these 4 options.
Mary, you want to address anything? I'm sorry, I can't answer those.
as Josh has already explained, Winnequah is a collector street, which means it's designed so all these side streets come in there and feed the cars out, in and out of the city. We don't have any other north-south street other than Monona Drive that goes all the way through. And I realize you can come up Ridge Road and wind around through the neighborhoods. But that, for one thing, those streets aren't designed for hundreds and thousands of cars every day going through those neighborhood streets. Also, it just isn't, I know that the people living there are not, they didn't buy their house thinking that they were going to be having hundreds of cars in addition to what they already had. And I know that we have heard from other people, and I know we'll hear from a lot of other people in the rest of the city, if they cannot access, it would I would imagine if it's one way, we'd be going south out of the city because of the emergency vehicles.
Right.
So if it was one way, that would mean that everybody coming into the city, they could go up to Monona Drive, but I think a lot of people aren't going to do that. I realize some of you have experimented and done that yourselves, but it's way out of the way. And like for people living on the islands, you know, off of Winnequah Trail, to go all the way up to Monona Drive, where we have a lot of traffic on Monona Drive already. We also have some dangerous intersections there. So I don't think people are going to do that. I think we're going to really upset a lot of people in the rest of the city who are not going to want to come, every time they come into the city, be winding through all these neighborhoods trying to find their way to their street. That's another reason.
I guess my response would be, the data would really be important.
Well, how would we test that? I know it was one way when we were doing the Bridge Road project, but you can't really compare that because cars were one way going out on Bridge. They weren't coming into the city on Bridge, so that wasn't really a test
I think it's hard
of anything.
to speculate on how people feel about cars driving in and out of their roads because that's not why they bought their house and they don't want traffic. That's a complete non-data based.
I'm just saying people aren't expecting all that traffic on their
I wouldn't
roads.
expect to potentially have sidewalks put in my yard 15 feet into my yard as well. But, that doesn't seem to matter.
Josh, we did do some modeling, didn't you, a couple of years ago of the one-way?
No.
I know you explored the idea a little bit.
We talked through it a little bit. We showed this at the last public informational meeting on where those people would go. So we have talked about it several times, but never in any great detail and never studied.
It's traffic study is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I mean.
Say no to it, then give us a traffic study that
So
says why no.
all the traffic study is going to show you is it's going to take the X amount of cars that are coming south and distribute them over the other streets. That's all it's going to show you. What? It's feasible, but then you just disperse everybody else. And then emergency vehicles, I agree, you're going to have to come. It's going to probably have to flow south, right? Because emergency's they have a lot of their cars coming
out of the city
and go out of the city to the south.
Unless they're coming from the Beltline trying to get in.
Right. Well, they can't. They won't come in that way. They'll have to come a different direction.
Direct referendum on the options.
Could I finish what I'm saying just a minute? Did you also say, Josh, that if it was one way, we would have to narrow the lanes somewhat because of
I just think
potential speeding?
it'll just be faster. Yeah.
Because cars are going to go faster when they just are.
There's nobody going the other direction.
Yeah.
One ways travel faster. They do.
That's just kind of a known fact. So anyway, those are
vehicles. And then the other problem with it is you have bikes. If you have bike lanes, you have bikes going against traffic that's coming right at them. So that's never really preferred either. You bike with traffic, not against traffic on the opposite side.
Would that mean making the bikes
Right.
only go one way also?
Right.
Then
Well, you probably just have to do multi-use path onto that side and do it. For everybody to say it's going to be cheaper, that's not a true statement. We have to completely reconstruct the road to get that to work too, and get the multi-use path on the one side. It's not any different than any of these other options. So I don't think it's a cheaper option unless all you do is do striping, which I wouldn't be up here and promote that personally. I would promote barriers. But you could do that, right? People have done other things before. Yes.
Yeah, Larry Reed. I live on Winnequah Road, and future changes may well affect our house. I was on the bike ped committee, and one of the things that jumped out at me is how Monona is in some kind of a time warp. And what I mean by that, the streets of the city were laid out in 50s. traffic wasn't what it is today, right around the city, and look at the number of houses that have one-car garages. But look in driveways and see how many driveways have maybe 2, 3 automobiles. So our automobile traffic is a lot heavier than when this city was laid out. And we struggle with all of these issues on the bike ped committee and did the best we could to try to look at different options and come up with something that was the most workable. I personally don't like option 4 because an 8-foot lane with pedestrians and bikes going both ways, to me, is not a good thing. And we haven't had any accidents, so to speak, on Winnequah. But I was on the fire department here for 30 years and scraped up enough people off Monona streets, along stop signs, people going past curves, folks coming through the city who aren't familiar with it. And I think safety needs to be a real high concern in all of this. And when I look at all the options, pluses and minuses for all of them, going back to the bike ped committee, I look at option 3. And now we've got pedestrians separated from bicyclists. And bicyclists can go on one side, the other side, and the whole walkway is for pedestrians. Dog walkers, walk-in walkers, people with strollers, and I think that's safer.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you on that.
Okay, back to the option 3, the bicycles on the roadway and striping. Could there be a consideration for removing the double yellow center line, making the predominant road markings be bike lanes with, like, say, a foot wide buffer between the bike lanes and the traffic lanes? The reason I ask that, and I don't know if the collector street funding would be affected with the yellow line, is often I'm on the roadway myself, my young kids, either walking or biking, and I'm passed by a driver who's like constrained by that yellow line to pass by us really close. Whereas if I'm walking on Midmore or Owen, they'll give me a 3 or 4 foot berth because there's no center line. I've seen studies, they're European studies, granted, that have shown a 7 mile an hour reduction on a 30 mile an hour street when you eliminate the center line, because head-to-head traffic, which we don't have a ton of on Winnequah, usually one way or the other, the drivers naturally slow because they don't feel that sort of, they're not emboldened by the striping to think, oh, I just need to stay within my lanes. I need to pay attention to my surroundings, which might mean the pedestrian, you know, right next to you. There's no reason to pass somebody that close, yet you're trained as a driver to stay right of the double yellow. So, and this would be simple and cheap to test if you want data. I'm mentioning that as an alternative to like the talk of one-ways and working with what we've got as far as striping. Right,
yeah. I don't know if the collector needs to have a double yellow or not. I should know that, but I don't. It probably could go with just a dash, which means you can pass, right? You can pass along there. It allows the ability to pass in that section. And you're right, I don't disagree with you. With some of these options, we do get a fairly wide bike lane here. Buffered bike lanes is, again, what I would suggest. I'm showing one white marking, but you'd have 2, you know, a foot and a foot and a half apart and provide some separation. Yeah. The hard part is a lot of these options, if you don't have the sidewalk, you keep the peds in that space. It would really be nice to separate the peds, in my opinion. I mean, it just would. So you would do those same things with like option 3. It's just you'd add a little bit of marking and you could do the skip stuff, and yeah, that is final design things that you could work out through there that I think we would explore. Yep, if you went with that option, or some of the other options also have that ability too. Yeah.
So with option 4, what about the discussion of you have these narrow lanes and you just make it a bike boulevard, and you could potentially narrow that multi-use path a little bit so you impact less trees. Mm-hmm. You still have the option of either side.
Yeah, you can
go. Safety discussions, but if you narrow the lanes to the 11-11 and you make it bike boulevard, you're slowing the traffic. You don't have the discrepancy between bike speeds and pedestrian speeds, and you have more flexibility on the width of your sidewalk rather than a multi-use path.
right? So when they say, I'm going to just clarify what a bike boulevard is for everybody else. So a bike boulevard is where the bikes share the lane with the vehicles, right? You've seen those in probably a lot of spaces. They got that share-o, people will call them, with a bike, and it has a couple white arrows over the top of it, right in the lane as you're going down the road. It's share the road, right? Share the road with the bikes. So standards would say anything over 3,000 vehicles, they like it to keep it 1,500 and less to have share-os. 1,500 vehicles or less on the road for that.
Based on what duration? 1,500 or less for what, like a day?
Average daily traffic. Sorry, I was trying to figure out who said that. Average daily traffic, 1,500. Winnequah, I think the last time they counted is over 3. There's been times they've counted it at 4. So I would say somewhere between 3 and 4, depending on when they count it. I asked the city of Madison this question because one of our alders asked it. And they said they don't have it on anything. I think it was over 2,300, I think was their most, and that was on Mifflin, if I recall, right? That's the highest they've gone. We've asked them about 3,000, and that's the highest as they've gone for traffic on theirs. They also have some other things they're doing, but a lot of it's for lower volume streets, not set up as collectors.
That way, what would your traffic pattern actually look like if you had that many bikes on it?
Right. That's a good point. Would it shift? Yeah, would the volume shift to some other spot? That's hard to model and hard to really know. Again, it's probably more of a.
And is it speed? Is it just pure volume on the distance? I mean, we're talking pretty short distance, really, for a street here.
And
we're not talking about a 5 mile long road.
That's a great question. After you get up past Maywood, actually, and you get further up to Winnequah Park and everything beyond Winnequah Park, I think Sherrills are perfect. I mean, you're at 1,000 to 2,000 vehicles from there to the north side. That's probably the right space for them. It's just you get so much more traffic on the southern half. Again, that are going, they're, after they get up to Maywood and a little bit past Winnequah, then they're cutting other directions, right?
And the reasoning for if we are at that higher volume, is it a safety?
It's a safety.
Is it safety for bikes?
Yeah. It's a safety for bikes. It's a safety for both. I mean, bikes and cars. There's so many vehicles that the vehicles have a hard time. It slows down the traffic. That's why it's a collector. You're not supposed to put things out in traffic and slow it down. You are supposed to allow it to flow. And when I say slow it down, we can control the speed, but we shouldn't put things out there that makes people stop or come to basically a crawl and then stack vehicles up because they're trying to get around things. We would try to avoid that on a collector street. So it's a little bit for both. It's definitely for the bikes, and it's definitely just to make sure that the traffic's flowing through there.
So how safe is a mixed-use path that's that wide when you've got bicycles going 20 miles an hour, people walking dogs, and I'm talking thousands of bicycles a day.
Right.
People walking dogs, people with strollers. How safe is that for the pedestrians and the bikers?
With all those guidelines.
Right. I like I said, I'd like that to be 10. I feel like we're kind of playing off a little bit of now this isn't safe because there's been other meetings where there is no walkers out here and we don't need a sidewalk. And now there is walker. You know what I mean? Like I kind of hear both sides. Like sometimes there's walkers when I need them and sometimes there's not walkers when I don't need them. And I'm not trying to be, what?
What's the data say?
What is it? Brad is taking counts out here. I can just pull that up. There's a decent amount of both, actually. Average bikers per week down at this intersection of Bridge Road, there's 765 per day, right around 5,000 a week. That's a lot of bikers, Average number of pedestrians every 2 hours is 30 down there, which is a lot of pedestrians, actually. So, there is, by the time they get down to this intersection, quite a few people on the road. And this was during the week. I think they did some stuff on the weekends, too. And I don't have all that in front of me, but, oops. The count drops off as you go up the corridor. But this is where they did the pedestrian count. So up at Maywood, the bikes are 312 per weekday. So around 2,500 per week. The pedestrians are less up there. Weekday count 16 every 2 hours. So there's more on the south half than there is on the north. He doesn't have it at every block, and I don't know exactly when he's counted these, and I'm sure they can get more data, but there's a decent amount of traffic on it as far as pets and bikes. It really is.
So from a safety standpoint,
Yep.
if you could separate the bike lanes to the width you want that you believe is safe, separate them from the sidewalk, and have a one-lane driving road, isn't that the safest and cheapest alternative? I'm not talking about collectors or anything else. Isn't that the safest, cheapest alternative?
So the alternative is I can create a sidewalk, you're saying?
Yes.
I can create a sidewalk, I can have bike lanes, and I can have a one-lane road. So I would have, like this scenario with a sidewalk. You're saying the sidewalk would stay in the road?
No, the sidewalk.
Would be up, would be on the grass somewhere. We put this.
Wherever you make it, but within the present footprint,
Yeah.
there's enough room to do all that.
Yeah, then you have to fully reconstruct the road.
Have the widths you want
Right.
safely.
Yep, it's the most expensive option.
And it's the least expensive, so it's the
No,
safest and least expensive.
it's the most expensive option.
Why?
Because you have to reconstruct the entire roadway.
Why?
Well, I'm not allowed to just put a sidewalk in there. I gotta, so the road's crowned like this, right?
Right.
And I gotta create another curb and a sidewalk up here, right? So I gotta take all of this out. I have to take all of this facility out to create some of that. And in this case, we're doing a lot of stuff where we're leaving things to try to reduce the cost.
And the other thing is that there would
And I
be a
gotta
lot
fix
more
all the
cost
driveways.
on the other- There'd be a lot of cost on the other streets.
Yeah, and I have to fix all the driveway aprons, all the driveway approaches, right? Yeah, you could paint it, but you're not gonna, again, if you just wanna paint that, that's fine. I wouldn't, that wouldn't be an option I would prefer. Like, if I could have what you were saying, it would be the most expensive, because I'd have to reconstruct the entire street, likely. Yep.
You may have said this, but help me understand, if I live on the west side, what my experience would be. So I walk to the end of my driveway.
Yep.
I would, in order to get my mailbox, I would cross the multi-use path.
Yes.
Okay, and where would I put the sticks to be picked up, and where would I put the garbage can?
Yep. So, oops. You put it on this 4-foot space. So, yes, let's say this is your driveway here. I mean, you wouldn't put it on your driveway space. You'd put it on the green space that you'd have next to your driveway.
How wide is that green space?
4 feet.
And the garbage can, people, they leave the cans wherever they fall.
Yep.
It's not likely it's gonna end up in that street. It's gonna end up in the multi-use path. I mean, it already does, that's part of the problem.
Yeah, they're already on the bike lane sometimes,
But
right?
anyhow, what about the sticks?
That's where you'd pile them.
Out there, nothing?
That's where they do it in a lot of communities, yep. Right out there in the middle. Sticks, leaves, that's typically where all that's stored in most communities with sidewalks. Yep. Yep.
I have a lot of leaves, I feel like that would kind of get in the way of the multi-use path.
Yeah.
A lot.
Right.
Like, fall.
Quite a few have a lot of leaves, I feel like, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to leave those all along the length of that full thing. The hard part is you can't pile in like one pile, right? You're going to have to put like a windrow along that entire stretch. And I see that sometimes where a property just has tons all the way along that entire side. And then they come and suck them up or take them off. Yep, you'd have to do that. The back in the black, Mike?
Yes. Speaking of weeds, option 4, with the wall, 3.5-foot tall retaining wall next to the road with a 11-foot lane, I believe it is, yeah. No place for weeds. Garbage cans wind up in the street, or garbage cans, we have 4 of them, on recycle day. They will end up in the lane of traffic. They do now in the bike lane, which will now become a lane of actual traffic, with a mailbox in the lane of traffic. My weeds would probably have to go across the street. That would be fun. In that 3-foot wide area where my neighbors put their weeds, if they allow me to put them there.
I agree, Mike.
Not answered any.
I know, Mike, you and I talked about this before. I think this option leaves you kind of hanging out there, and we'd have to come up with something that we'd have to work on how you're going to pick up your leaves or your or your brush. I think you can put your trash cans on just the other side of the driveway, maybe, or right by the driveway where the wall isn't there. I agree. There's not a lot of space. Yeah, there is not a lot of space. So, I mean, Mike, what he does today is he uses the bike lane, right? The bike lane's along there, so he just piles it all into the bike lane. I don't have a good answer for you right now, Mike. I did it on the phone the other day. I agree, though. Yeah. I was thinking after we got off the phone, I was like, can you put it on top of the wall? No, that's all trees and stuff up there. You'd have to clear a spot, plus you'd have to get it up there. It just didn't make sense. So we'd have to continue to talk through that if this was chosen. Yep.
Most of what we're talking about tonight leans very little without enforcement. I live on a strip of land, a progressive lane between County Winnequah and Winnequah.
Yep.
And I just noticed now as I was taking Winnequah up from the ice cream shop, there's now a flashing sign that says bicycles must stop at stop sign. Now, I don't know why it's put there in October instead of May. And cars run stop signs, roll through stop signs. Bicyclists do not stay in bike lanes. Maine County has grown by nearly 80,000 people. The Greater Madison area by like 76 or 78,000. The number of users on a nice summer weekend is simply too much for the part of Winnequah that we're seeking to change. There's too many people. There are pedestrians walking in the same direction as traffic, and they should be walking against traffic. And it just becomes this, this big blender that's ready to sort of blow off everywhere. And so there's been many, many times, and now I do it all the time, I never turn on the Winnequah. I creep. Because there's always, you never know what speed a bicycle is coming, you never know what speed a car is coming. And it was the year of August, no, it's not good. And so these bump outs, when the stencils were first put in, it says bikes were supposed to go up onto the pink cement. Now the stencils are completely worn out. Well, when the stencils were legible, I mow a couple lawns to pay for the golf balls that I lose during the summer. So there's a car coming at me and a bike coming at me, and then there's a bike who doesn't go up on the pink cement, and I'm trying to look down at my speedometer and it's flashing between 4 and 5. And the car coming towards me, they're kind of looking like with a deer in the headlights look. The cyclist is still coming, does not go up onto the pink cement, and the bicyclist that's on my side does not go up on the pink cement. So it's catch-22. Do I stop in the middle of the traffic lane? Because I couldn't juggle that many balls at the same time to know if someone was behind me. So it would be wonderful. For example, we have speed humps over by the ice cream shop. Well, if I'm a kid in high school, I mean, that's an invitation to get going pretty fast, all right? Not that I did that when I was in high school, but I have a Chevy Equinox. The wheelbase is quite short, which means irregularities in roadways should affect my handling more. The longer the wheelbase, the smoother the ride, etc. So I went over one of those at 25 miles an hour. There's nobody around. It kind of gave me a bump, but it wasn't a big deal. Then I turned around and I did it at 30 miles an hour. It was sort of the same thing. Kind of a bump, but it didn't really impact me. So, instead of a speed hump, there has to be some form of speed bump. Human beings oftentimes don't do things unless they're forced to. And I think that's especially true when it comes to traffic and following traffic laws. So I know that there hasn't been an accident, on Winnequah. I understand that, but I also know in 15 years that I've lived where I've lived, the volume of people using Winnequah has increased dramatically. And if that's true, then probability of an accident happening is also going to increase. So I'd like to see more enforcement, which would help everyone, in my opinion.
Yeah. So we're getting close to 7:30. Some of these, good statement, but some of them are statements that I think we can roll over into the other thing. Is there any other questions about any of them, about any of this stuff? I'm going to start in the back with a hand up, and I'm going to work my way to this side. Okay?
So you had said a couple times that north and south, different traffic volumes because south is faster and
Yep.
people kind of go off into the other
Yep.
areas.
Yep.
In talking about a one-way, is there kind of impacts or considerations if we made like one block, like a strategic block on that roadway, a one-way, where we could just kind of get some of it, but it wouldn't be the entire stretch? Would that end up fundamentally changing some of the funding if there's just one block would probably force some of that traffic over because you're not going to go all the way through? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that question here tonight. I don't know if you could just change one block. I mean, you could, but everybody's going to work their way around that one block then. So everything that was right there is definitely going to the next street over. So you impact the next street quite a bit. If it's just a one block, you'd be better off making it longer to disperse the traffic and to slow the, and to kind of create that.
But if the problem is funding, right? Like the big thing.
Well, that's just one thing.
Sure.
Yep, it's just one thing out of all of them. I still don't prefer the one way in the sense of just how the road's been used and how it will continue to be used or how it should be used. There's really no direct north-south except for Winnequah and Monona, where you can go continually north-south without having to make some turns.
Nobody does that. Nobody comes into Monona to take Winnequah Road to get to Monona Road. They cut through Monona.
Yeah, I know that, but what I'm saying,
Go down to McKenna,
right,
take a right on B, and blah, blah, blah. So
Right.
people are already doing that. I don't know what the mayor is talking about, but people come into Monona and don't want to go through all these places. That's the only way to go through it. But nobody's going to Monona. They're going home. People are going home.
right.
That's, so it's a neighbor, it's a road that keeps people in Monona from
Right.
And most people who are on that in Monona, a lot of them are going past Maywood Road, and that's the easiest way to get past Maywood Road if you're living on the other end of Winnequah. You come in on Bridge. I mean, there's a lot of people coming that way who use that road.
I have one final question, which is about this is just going to Schluter, and it's the option for it, so the double way, the multi.
Oh, sure. Yep.
This is in fact not a complete plan, because something has to be done at the end of the multi-use path. You can't just let it stop on the road. You're gonna have to figure out where those people go, how they cross that road.
Yep.
And that section of Winnequah Road, at least from this pedestrian point of view, is much more dangerous than the Winnequah Road we're designing. The traffic is much, there's parking. It scares me. I don't like walking on that road. So if you're gonna end this, don't you have to have another plan that's also gonna cost money to finish this?
So on the far end, it's just going to dump out into the bike lanes like it does today.
Because you have to cross the street.
Yep. To get onto the other
You're
side.
gonna have to build some kind of community for people to
Yep.
live across the road.
At that intersection in the crosswalks, just like they do down at Bridge Road.
You need the intersection at Schluter?
No, further south, right by the park. Is that Squaw? Right? Squaw Bay? Yep.
Squaw Circle.
Yeah, Squaw Circle, sorry.
Oh, so,
You gotta do it right on top of the hill.
so at the stop sign, you mean?
Yeah, it could be at Maywood or it could be at Squaw Circle.
Josh? Cross over to the other side.
Yep.
If there's another public hearing, I'll bring a flag jacket for you. So,
I really do appreciate the questions, and I'm trying to just answer them as honestly as I can. We've discussed this before at numerous other ones. There's not a silver bullet for this, and the goal wasn't to reconstruct the entire roadway. I really know you guys are stuck on the one way, not in a bad sense, but we will have to reconstruct that roadway if you want to do it right. I mean, you will have to. John, I don't know what your thoughts are, but I mean, we'd have a lot of reconstruction that we would have to do to separate a sidewalk and to separate the bikes, or you keep the bikes going either direction there. And you still have to reconstruct where it is. So to say it's a cheaper option, I don't see it. I mean, just to repave it is $900 and some thousand and remove the bump outs. So these other things are 1.3. 1.4. I mean, just to remove the bump outs and repave the thing is $900,000. To add the sidewalk is another $250 to $300. Yes, we have to shift some of the road up there, so that's why it's 1.34.
How much have you budgeted for new trees?
That would be a conversation to have with Public Works after we go back. On other projects, they've been putting trees back in, and I think that's usually a side thing, Dan, that you do potentially
Right,
after
year
the project's
after.
done.
Yep.
Yeah, so that would come after the project's
We
done.
plant usually the year after a project is completed.
My question is just when will the city do a traffic study to actually have the data to make these decisions instead of anecdotal information that they're sharing tonight? Because cement will not come up when sidewalks are laid, and 100-year-old oak trees will not grow again in my lifetime,
Right.
the size they are at. And I would say the road has to be rebuilt, I understand that, but the additions we're rushing into without having a true traffic study and the data behind it. So I'd like to know when the city plans to do a traffic study.
Sure. I'm going to answer that question as best as I can tonight. I believe that even with the information that we get in a traffic study and anything else, there's not much to tell. It's a straight stretch of road. The road can handle 10,000 vehicles. It's handling 3 to 4. It's well over the threshold of being a bike boulevard. I don't really need much more information than that as far as we typically wouldn't see peds and bikes on a road on the lake loop with this many peds and bike volumes. I mean, they've been counted. You can go out there and stand and see the volume.
I see watch
Yeah.
almost every day.
Yeah, I know. So I don't think any of that would change anything.
Because would it say the data shows that a sidewalk is required? Because we have one accident.
I think any improvement that you were to do, that would be suggested. Add a sidewalk so that you can get the people from walking out of the street.
So what do we do? Why do we stop thinking about, we go up Winnequah to Maywood Park, and then we kind of stop worrying about what's going to happen to the bikes coming down and the traffic, because right now this is just a discussion. That's the part that I just don't understand, is we talk about bridge to Maywood Park, but then whatever else happens for bikes coming down the hill, going 40, that have to cross over to the multi-pass lane or whatever, that isn't, that hasn't been flushed out yet. But we're still going to move forward.
We can't flush out everything to final design. They don't want to spend the money. I don't blame them until something's selected. This is step one, right? I mean, you got to have a step one to have a step 2, 3, 4, and get them to the next spots. This is step one. We're starting from the south. Bridge Road's all been approved and the stuff in the new development down there. That was kind of step one, actually, as it came up to this location. Step 2 would be kind of continuing north based on the bike and ped plan. And the bike and ped plan, when it was done, it was like, don't just go out potentially and do these projects. Consider these things as you start to redo streets. This isn't the first one that occurred, actually. Maywood is. That was pointed out that actually got held up to wait for the bike and ped plan, and then an alternative was selected there. Same as this. We had a variety of different options, and then there was an alternative that was selected out of it. So that was the first piece of it. And I would think it would build off of that as it heads north up that road. I would think if you did something now, you would build off of it in the future, if you did something now.
So, under
I am good.
the option 4, I like the idea of having the major sidewalk and how it would connect, but at the same time, I think that's really dangerous. You have bikes going 20 miles an hour each way, and people with strollers and dogs going on that bike. That's not going to be a safe option.
You prefer the sidewalk?
Do you think that's safer than having 2 bike lanes that are 5 feet on each side and having walkers on each side?
Yeah, I think it's safer to get the pedestrians off the road. Yeah. I prefer option 3 and put them on a sidewalk. I prefer option 3. Well, it's like everybody said here. I mean, there is a lot of lake loop and a lot of multi-use paths through Dane County. People understand them. They know how to use them. There's a lot of them. I mean, a lot in Dane County.
Yeah, I do prefer 3 over 4 too, because
feel would be safer.
Yeah, and I think that was pointed out earlier in the sense of bikes and peds are separated. Bikes are separated from the vehicles, at least in their travel lanes. They're used to being on the road throughout the corridor. It's nice to get everybody up on a path. I'd like the path to be wider. Nobody wants the impacts of it being wider. I can understand that. So, we're trying to find a bunch of middle grounds, if there is any.
Okay, so with everything other than option 4, I don't understand the need for parking bays. Everybody on this roadway has garages, driveways, even if we've got multiple vehicles. Every destination, with the exception of Graham Park, has a parking lot. There's parking on Graham that the fishermen that use Graham Park, or anybody else who wants to sit on the one bench or 2 benches there can use, and it's not really a problem. The October 6th meeting, I wasn't here, but I watched it online, and I noticed there were, I think, up to 9 parking bays. There were like 3 at Graham Park, and a few others in other locations. So I'm curious, who's asking for parking? What's the need for parking when this is 100% residential? Everybody has driveways. And for the last couple of years, we've disallowed parking on the roadway for half the year. And I think it's been nice. I don't know if it's caused significant problems.
Right. I think it has for some people. And in other meetings, people were talking about how they'd like some parking. Some have shorter driveways on certain sides. Some people have holiday stuff that they want to entertain guests and have extra space. So, I get some of that. So that's an option out there that can be added, right?
Could the city consider like a street use permit, especially if it's in the off season, like in the winter where the bike path isn't being often used, where you could, instead of adding more pavement and adding parking bays, allow people to temporarily park there, just as an alternative. I don't understand. We've got 3,000 to 4,000 cars, and we're talking about putting 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 parking spots. Why?
I think that detail personally with any of the options can be worked out with those property owners. So if they really want them on that side, there's 2 or 3 of them together, we'll just carve out a space. It's going to take their lawn, right? But it'll benefit them as part of it being right in front of their property. And those really kind of work with all the options as far as, for the most part, except for the side. Well, it works with the sidewalk on the east side too. The sidewalk is just bump farther away. So, well, that is a great point too. But I guess what I'm saying is that can be discussed and further designed into any of the options. So I don't think that dictates one option over the other, I guess is what I'm saying. That can be settled out during design. If it needs to be assessed, like you said, it can be assessed if that's how it goes. But again, that can be a later decision. It does not affect the options. I'm going to come over here. There's a couple ladies, and then I'm going to come back.
Can I just put my arm down?
Yeah, I will come back to you. I will come back to you. I apologize. I apologize.
2 quick questions. I worry about the bike lane being 6.5 because I don't know if you can get that wide. And the reason that I worry about it is because I fear the bikers are then going to be too aggressive. And they're not going to be single file because most of them are all recreational bikers doing that loop. And when you're conversing, listening to music, not paying attention. So that's one concern. Do we really need it to be 6.5? Okay, go ahead.
No, but that's a good way to narrow your driving lanes and slow speed down. And then, like we were talking before, I would consider buffering them. And what buffering means is if I have 6.5 feet here, right? I put one line out here at the 6.5, and 1.5 feet away, I put another line. So there's 2 white lines. So the bikes tend to stay over here, and it gives that 1.5 feet of buffer for both the vehicles and the bikes to kind of, it provides space. Will they ride 2? Will they ride 2 beside each other? Sometimes it doesn't matter what you do. People are going to ride 2 beside each other. Yeah. That's a hard thing to solve. Right. That's really hard to solve that piece of it.
My second question is, has an arborist been consulted on any of these options?
As far as trees and impacts?
Trees and impacts, and specifically why I ask that is because when you are putting in a sidewalk, if you're not already taking down the trees that you're trying to save that are close to that, there's going to be root damage, and some of those trees will not survive. So having an arborist, give you feedback on that. And then also my second concern, the same thing, is I love, and I hate saying this because I don't want the trees to come down. And so in an effort to try to save as many trees as we can, you put the sidewalk or the pavement or whatever you're doing next to those trees, and you've seen the effect of that. I brought this up in multiple meetings in 2019. Go walk along Nichols Road. You will see the root damage where those sidewalks are not functional. And I was told they would be repaired from the shading. You can't. You have to actually dig them up and redo them. So I'm trying to think forward so we don't have that same mess. I appreciate you trying to save those trees, but trees grow.
Yeah, that is a good statement. When you put sidewalks next to trees, it's done in a lot of places, right? When, years and years past, you do get some heaving and stuff that you got to come and maintain the sidewalk and shave it down or replace some things. As far as
a lot. What I've seen on Nichols and other places in Monona.
Sure.
It's significant damage.
As far as an arborist is concerned, I don't know if, Dan, you've had a specific arborist, an arborist come out and look at those. They've had them all looked at, I think, for age and health and that's in their GIS system. I think as you go through final design, we'd have a little bit of that. On Bridge Road, right next to Cranberry Creek Cafe, you'll see an old oak tree that was there. That was the city of Madison had their arborists come out. We had to try to save that. We put up a little wall in order to prevent the root ball and everything else. So I think on those big old ones, stuff can be done and it can be looked at and root damage can be minimized. But there's certain precautions you have to take when you cut them, when you trim them, what you do to the roots underneath as you disturb them. So some of that has to take place as part of the construction.
Whatever option we choose, I hope that that is a priority and that is something that is budgeted for in the cost.
Sure. And we can't, you might go right past a tree and you're right. We can do everything we want for it. And you can't guarantee sometimes that you're going to save everything. Yeah. Both first. You go first.
So I just want to sum this up. If we did it one way, it's your belief it would be more expensive if it was within the present footprint.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I can look at it. I haven't, but I don't imagine it's going to be any different than any of these other options.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we did it within this, if we did it one way within the present footprint, it'd be the safest option because there'd be enough room for a sidewalk the width you want, bike lanes the width you want, and a roadway the width you want. Correct? I mean, I'm just doing the math on these numbers, and it seems like there's room for all that stuff.
Yeah.
Present footprint.
You'd be putting the you'd be putting the bike lane going north against the traffic, right? But you just would make sure it's wide enough, I guess, on a one way to do that. A lot of times we'd have delineators in there because they don't like bikes going against traffic in that sense. But yes, could you fit it all within that roadway? Probably. Would it cost about the same? I can't believe it's going to cost any less than $1 million to $1.5 million, maybe more to construct it, depending on how much stuff we have to do.
Okay. Now, in conjunction with that, if this is not a collector, how much funding do we lose in a year?
I don't know any of that. That would have to come from the city. I don't know what the funding is as part of that.
And last, we have these a sidewalk or whatever we're going to have going up to maybe Maywood Park. Why doesn't the sidewalk continue up to Winnequah Park so that people can actually tie in to that park and be able to walk a loop or something like that? I mean, to me, the most dangerous part of this is that hill and the rest of it, and why we don't have a provision for pedestrians to walk down to the park. It seems absolutely foolish to have it just stop a block or 2 blocks before
Right. I would agree with you that at some point, extending it that far makes a whole lot of sense. I think that might be in the bike plan to do that. We are, and this is the only map I have right now, so I'm showing it. So we're stopping it here, right? So you're talking about this other stretch all the way down to here, right? And
right, the other 2 blocks.
yeah, they're probably a little longer than blocks, but yes, yep. I mean, you could do that. I think when they first started it, the budget went to here, and this was kind of step 2 or step 3, I guess, from coming from Bridge Road.
That's through Schluter, right?
It's 2 May.
Which is 1 block away, and now it's been for some reason veered back to.
It was, so the pavement limits is from Schluter all the way down to Bridge Road. The PED stuff stops at Maywood right now, what is proposed. Today. I mean, there could also be a connection through Maywood that would come back up if they can go through the school or something else that can make the connection. They can also make a connection of Maywood to Nichols where there is a sidewalk that then links everything back together. You can come along Winnequah, like you said, and finish that out. Maybe go through a multi-use path through the, through the park or something else. All that's kind of in there. They can't do it all at once. That's all I know.
Well, so we should have a bigger plan as to how all this is going to fit together at some point, rather than just doing this parkway and again, it's a comment, but there should be a bigger, there should be a bigger plan.
I think that isn't the bike and ped plan. I think it shows all these connections.
Yeah, I've got it here.
Yeah. So I mean, it does show the plan. It shows how all these are going to be connected. I think that's fair.
Good.
Yep. Sorry.
And just coming back to the question that said, what is the objective of this whole project? And it was, coming back to pedestrian bike safety, speed. And I guess my ask is that I think it's only fair before we're forced to make a decision that we assess the request for the one-way to at least understand the cost and implementation, because if it can meet all of those objectives, and we can understand the prohibiting factors or whatnot, and it has at the least impact on trees, because I just keep hearing over and over again that there's a lot of people really concerned about the impact on trees. So if this is an option that has the least impact on landscaping on trees and offers a solution to all of those objectives posed by this project, I personally just feel like I can't vote to move forward on any of them unless we've at least looked at it to understand why or why that is not a viable option.
Sure.
You're here.
Josh, I think Jim had a question.
Oh! Hey, why don't you raise your hand if you got a question, right? Just raise your hand up if you got a question.
No, I had to go see Dr. Torino's because I tore something in my
I apologize. I'm sorry. You were holding your hand up.
Okay, I had no older.
I'll charge you for the therapy.
Anyway. So my question, and it is a question.
Yeah.
We've had lots of discussions about all the options on
Yeah.
this, and I'm not against sidewalks. I'm against sidewalks that are against the road and then 20 feet off the road and then going behind trees and going through all kinds of yards. Because I just don't think people will use them. I mean, I don't think that if I had young kids, I would say, yeah, walk through that yard and behind all those trees over there and come over to the house. So when I look at your plan here and I look at the width of the road and I really like the compromises of B, but I also understand the issues with it, and I really think that 30 or 40% of the bikes are going to ride on the road anyway because they just don't like to be slowed down.
Sure.
Is there an option? Is there a minimum width? So I mean, we're trying to make the road smaller. We're trying to make the road less like a racetrack. If you took the existing footprint plus or minus a foot or two and put the smallest road you can put on by code, the smallest bike lanes you can put in by code, and a sidewalk either tight or 2 feet off so people can have their mailboxes or whatever on either side. And okay, maybe it makes more sense to be on the east side because now it's a walking lane and not a bike lane. Can you fit that in that footprint so that we can keep the bikes and the pedestrians apart but still have a sidewalk that works?
So if I understand, that's a good question. If I understand, what were you going to say, John?
I mean, it seems that the DOT can put 9-foot lanes on the belt lanes.
So
we can't put 9-foot lanes on 1 foot road, a 3-foot bike lane, and 2 feet in a 4-foot sidewalk or a 5-foot.
What? I'm sorry, I missed. How did you start that with Wisdot? What did you say?
Well, they seem to think that you can drive 70 miles an hour in 4 9-foot lanes on the belt line. It's absolutely ludicrous. As a firefighter, I say that because I really don't want to be out there in that traffic.
I think they're 11-foot lanes.
They get really narrow on the bridge.
Yeah, I still think they're almost 11 the whole
I want to say
stretch.
10.
Okay, we'll meet in the middle.
Regardless.
Yes.
Is there a residential lane minimum and a residential bike lane minimum that we can keep the bikes on the road, put signs out there saying bikes must go single file, still have 2 feet and a 5-foot sidewalk and fit it more or less in the footprint that we have?
You kind of have that on the north side already. There's no more room there. Yeah. I mean, you kind of have that minor reconstruct option, 10, 10, 5, 5 is.
Right, but what I'm saying, so 5
then
is the
there's,
minimum for a bike lane?
you can go down to 4, but I don't think it's along, not with a 10-foot lane. I think you need an 11 to 12-foot lane to do that, if I recall the standards, right, John?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing too with that physical section that you might be able to decrease is the terrace width, but then you're running into storage of snow and you're running into mailboxes overhanging.
Trust me, that's the first thing we wanted to do, but there's no room on the north side to do that, because then you get up against this wall. So the first option, when this all started, was, well, we're going to have to move that landscaping wall, and then it works, right? And we can get this thing to work, but that wasn't a very viable option at the beginning, and it's just not wide enough behind this curb to fit it along that section. So you run into a problem on that section, this on the north section, where you're already at the minimums, the way you have today.
Okay. I'm just concerned with spending all of this money and then having a sidewalk that people aren't going to use. And, so D seems like a good compromise to me, but I also understand people's issues because I really don't think fast bikers are going to use it.
Yeah, I personally think that people are going to use the sidewalk. If there's people walking, they will use the sidewalk. They just will. I mean, go to any community that has sidewalks. They're not out in the street typically. They're on the sidewalk. Maywood, we had the same thoughts. Nobody's going to use that sidewalk in Maywood. Not a single person's going to use it. Or, I'm sorry, did I say Maywood? Yeah, I apologize. McKenna. And they use it. They use it quite often, and there's a lot of people that use it. So it's not much of a winding. I think that's a little, it's not, you're right, it does wind. I shouldn't say that, but it's not like it's overly wound around trees and into people's yards. It's...
Well, just one of my neighbors.
Yeah, maybe yours. You're right.
If you put mine on the curb.
Curb side.
Yeah.
And
I just want
again,
people to use it, really. I just don't like Band-Aids.
Right. I hear you there.
So that's my comment.
And the sidewalk can be placed on certain people's properties. We could try to fit it where we can fit it. And it may impact a tree that somebody might decide, I'm okay with that one tree to go out because I just don't want the sidewalk jutted in that far into my property. But you're right, on some of the sides, there's a few properties that come out and kind of go around some of the major trees because there is some really nice old trees on some of those. Okay, Mary.
Josh, I just wanted to say maybe Brad could read this. The police chief has been watching this and just texted me to say he put a message in chat. He had to leave, so if Brad could read that.
Brad, I can try to find that, Brad, but if it's easier on your end, did you hear Mary? The fire or police?
Police chief.
The police chief put a message.
And the fire chief is here if anybody has any questions for him.
Chat.
I think the police chief is out of town.
Pardon?
Police chief is out of town.
I'm just waiting.
He just sent me a message saying that he left a chat.
1 second. Okay, so Brad, can you read what the chief said?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Apologies all. I need to leave for another commitment. I support each of these plans as it provides a safer space for pedestrians to navigate an already crowded stretch of roadway. As was referenced, there is no perfect solution to the concerns raised. We will continue to look to increase awareness through education and enforcement with the resources available to the police department. I understand we play an important role in addressing this issue. Thanks everyone for your commitment.
Is there anything else on there, Brad, now that we have you on that?
I could summarize,
yep,
if that's okay with everybody. For the most part, people seem to think that the multi-path option 4 is a good one, as I understand it from these comments. Speed is an issue that everybody, it seems like, wants to have that addressed. And one-ways, in general, through these comments, nobody really wants them. leave it a two-way street, do a multi-path, get people off the street. I think that's generally what people are saying in the chat.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, from this meeting and the last one, it sounds like the physical engineering design constraint that is most restrictive are these somebody's wall and somebody's retaining wall. And I mean, no disrespect, I don't know either of you, to the person that spent years rebuilding that stone wall and watched you out there in the summer. I know that was a lot of work. And on the other side of the street, it just looks like a retaining wall of blocks you can buy at Menards. So what is not feasible about moving either of those walls that has been eliminated as a possibility?
So, I'm sorry, this isn't uploading again, but let's just look at option.
I live on Winnequah Road and I'm familiar with the walls. I don't understand why you're designing the whole road.
I should be going to this. Give me 1 second.
Okay, but it's in the public right of way. Just
So here's the walls. Let's just.
I'm sorry, like I said, I have no disrespect. But I'm not-
Josh is trying to talk.
Yeah, just give me a second and I'll answer his question. All questions are good. It's good to ask some questions and try to figure it out. So here's that wall that you call it like the Menards block wall. You're right, like a landscaping company modular block that's there along the east side. It's right up against, pretty much right up against right away. So if we move it, we're going to have to impact right away. Go into right away, take right away, potentially acquire right away on that side. And then the other side, the decorative wall, the landscape decorative wall along that side is kind of, there's a lot more right away on the other side as part of that. We are trying to avoid both walls.
Yeah.
The reason you can't really take it on the east side is you get into private property.
Can you buy it, or would that person relinquish it? I mean, 'cause
You,
it's been discussed
you can buy
before.
you can buy it from an individual, but if somebody is unwilling to sell it, you cannot buy it for a sidewalk and bike lane use.
And has the cost to move the other wall or a portion of the other wall been explored and rolled out?
It was talked about a while ago when this first started. And we met with property owners. There was talk about removing the wall. Obviously, the cheapest option, right? Probably there's a decent amount of people that don't want that wall gone. They want it maybe replaced or moved back. So yes, there's a cost. There's a pretty good cost to moving a wall like that. Mm-hmm.
Was the right-of-way established before or after that wall was built? Is that why it's referred to as a historic wall? Do you know?
I
I'm
do
just
not.
curious.
Yeah, I don't know that question.
I'm south of there, and when I bought my house, I knew that the right-of-way encroached like 17 feet onto the front of my yard, and I'm not doing anything there because I don't know what the city's going to do. So,
That wall has been there before the city of Monona was incorporated.
okay.
So it's not like we built that wall so that we could encroach on the right of way. It's been there before the city was even incorporated.
Sure.
Before the right of way existed.
Okay, well, that's helpful to understand that.
Oh, sorry.
Just real, the gentleman right there who just spoke, he has hair and I don't. I just had a question for you. You spoke a little bit earlier and I got confused. Were you advocating for a one-way southbound?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I just didn't understand. Thanks.
Here, and then I'll come back to the lady that's been sitting back there.
So I just noticed that you have a white box there that shows what trees
Yep.
might be.
Yep.
Can you go further south?
So that one's a hickory, right? Good condition, and so is this white oak. That's where the bump outs come out along the wall.
Go all the way to Bridge Road.
Likely going to have to come out, those two. See how the sidewalk's fairly straight, and I agree, we bump it out for a few of them down right around here. That's the tricky spot, right around Greenwood. Otherwise, it stays fairly close to the road. You want to go all the way down to Bridge Road? Oops. Where on Bridge Road?
That's fine.
Okay. Zoom in. Give me an address.
Well, I'm on the other side of the street, so.
What's that?
6207.
6207. 6207, right here. Lee?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your question there?
Well, with the sidewalk on the east side, then it wouldn't affect us, but
You want to go to the west side?
even if you move the curb a foot on the west side, this big maple here would be,
This one right here.
no, across the street.
No, that's not.
Yeah.
This is your house right here, right?
Right. So,
So this curb doesn't leave like the sidewalk option, and in the asphalt option, it's a foot behind the sidewalk, or a foot behind the curb, so it's like right back here, you know, just behind the curb.
so what do you do with the driveway?
All the driveways their aprons get reconstructed. And that's the thing, if it turned into a one-way, you gotta redo all the driveways on both sides of the road. That's why I think it's gonna be expensive compared to just one side.
So if you would do option 4, which is to move the curb
Yep.
a foot west,
Yep.
then that would be asphalt there?
I'm gonna jump to it, and we're gonna go in, because everybody can kind of see it'll be similar on everybody's parcel. This is still you, right here in your car. So, this is that asphalt path, right behind the back of the curb. In your case, it's like, not even, it's like, where we surveyed it, it's like 6 inches here, but it's a foot back. So yes, this would be concrete apron, asphalt path. What do you have behind yours, concrete or asphalt?
Concrete.
Match the concrete behind it. So we would do the same, after you cross the path, we do the same type of the driveway that you have there today. This would be concrete as you come off the driveway. There'd be a concrete apron. This isn't fully designed unless this is an option, but there'd be an apron here with some width that goes down. You'd cross the path, you'd be under your driveway. This would all, like you can see, this whole path pretty much stays within the road besides 1 foot. I wouldn't mind that being 2 feet more. I'd like it 10, but then this corner, this tree right here would go. Yep.
Does that continue along the whole length of the roadway in option 4, that the path would stay in
Yes.
the existing roadway?
Yep.
So it's not taking the lakefront people's property?
Well, besides the bump outs, right? The bump outs that are here, those we're going to take back what was not the bump outs regardless, though, on all the options. So it will be back here when the bump outs go away, right? So it takes a little bit more where the bump outs are, because the bump outs come out and they get a little bit extra space. But yes, if it was an 8-foot path, it's a foot on the south side, an extra foot of grass or landscaping that's there. Something else you'd have to note with this option, though, is you got driveways here, right? And you want to come out and see, and you got to make sure that you can see around as bikes are coming. So there is a little bit of clearing that has to happen in the right-of-way, so you have triangles to see bikes. Now, a big tree, no, but if there's a lot of low standing brush or bushes, you're going to want to take some of that out so you can see the bikes.
How is that different than the current bike?
Well, you're right. I would agree with you.
Bi-directional.
It's bi-directional, you know which way to go, and there is some limitation to that already out in the corridor because there's stuff growing right up to the curb, right? So I'm sure those residents kind of are careful as they back out or they come out forward. But it's similar. It is similar. Yep.
But they'll have to watch for bikes in the path and on the street.
True.
Yeah.
Potentially, yes. Yep.
So
Yeah.
as far as
Hold on. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say, I lived on Bridge Road back in the 80s, before the new belt line was put in, when Bridge Road was the way where most of Madison cut down through Monona to get onto Broadway. And 600 cars a morning would go past our house. I know this because my father-in-law from Iowa counted and said, gosh, I don't think that many cars go past our house in a year. But anyway, and now I live on Winnequah, and I see no reason why the one-way thing wouldn't work, other than resistance to change.
Yeah, and let the cars distribute in the other
Bridge Road
streets.
right now is wider than Winnequah. It's more recently rebuilt, it's a much nicer street. It could handle one-way traffic.
Right. I mean, you wouldn't have to change Bridge Road into a one-way too. You could leave it as multi-way. You know, a lot of times you'll see one-way pairs go opposite directions, but you don't have to do that either. You can leave it as two-way now. This is a little unusual in the sense of I'm used to going to meetings where they're taking one-ways out. So this is just different, you know. It's like we want to put a one-way in. It seems like all the ones in the 50s and 60s are coming out everywhere, you know, in communities. People are taking them out and they're turning them back to they don't, you know, they're turning them back into bidirectional.
Just real quick, I heard a comment or suggestion earlier that 20 mile an hour speed limit might not be a bad idea, but it seems to just be out from the discussion. You want safety, and the cars are slowing down, you reduce the speed limit so that you create a safer environment. And that costs the cost of signs to put up there. And the only problem you might have is bikes going faster than cars.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you might have them going the fastest speed. I don't disagree that you can post it, you know, how you want to post it. Usually people do speed studies and they take the average speed and, you know, if it's 25, you know, what is the speed on the road that it's going? And it usually goes 5 miles and over faster, right? I mean, that's just kind of general nature, right? As it gets slower and slower, 25 is, you don't see a lot posted less than 25 unless you're in an urban downtown maybe, or you're around a school zone. When it gets going that slow, enforcement has to go along with that. Otherwise, it is hard to get vehicles to travel slower than 25.
You know, I'll say, you know, by our office at work, this year they changed it from 35 to 30, and I try to drive 30, people fly by me, and now it seems like everybody still drives 35 because of the enforcement. Still a good point. I mean, it is a good point.
It is a point. You can sign
You have
it.
every right to pull somebody over if they are speeding, but somebody's going to pull them over. Now I'm the slow driver that just gets honked at. So.
Right.
He passed me everything.
Yeah, I probably passed it. Right here, in red. You had your hand up.
Yeah, I think 80% of people are going to drive a set amount of the speed, either the speed limit 5 miles over, 9 miles over, whatever. That's about 80%. The other 20, just because that road is so wide open, they're going 40, 50 on that road. That's not going to change.
I should have prefaced that too, to say that including the speed bumps.
Yeah, including some other measures. You can
That's why
sign.
speed bumps will help as well, because you know, up to 25, 30, speed bumps aren't going to do a whole lot.
No.
People are going 40, 50. It's going to do something to them, and that should impact that behavior, hopefully.
Right.
So.
Yeah, the 25 to 30 miles an hour with a speed hump, it's not supposed to feel real uncomfortable. It's really meant for those people that, like you say, you get the 10%ers that are going, 40 plus, to slow that down. If it really impacted everybody that was going 25, that would be a kind of a detriment to the road, right? You're supposed to not impact people that are driving the speed limit.
I know the
Sorry.
speed bumps going around Valdez,
Yeah.
Walking Street are very effective.
Yeah, they are.
Maybe not friendly for a fire.
All the way in, and put them in the back, or?
Yes, I live at 6008 Winnequah Road. Could you bring that up?
6008. Is there a preferred option that you want?
I have a question about the sidewalk. It has to be a minimum of 5 feet wide, is that correct?
That is the minimum standard. What did you say, 6?
6008.
Right across Greenwood from my house.
Right here? Oh, 62. I'm sorry.
Greenwood and Winnequah.
Greenwood, Winnequah.
Right there.
Right here,
Yes,
right?
yes. Did you see how the sidewalk goes in and out? And
Yep.
out again?
Yep.
That has to be 5 feet wide, is that correct?
Yeah. We prefer that.
All right, the problem I have, I've got pictures here. This is option 3, and these are not doves flying away. These are trees that will be impacted, just within about the first 8 feet of the corner on Greenwood. Shagbark hickories, oak trees, some of which are not 6 inches, are less than 6 inches,
Yep.
but nonetheless,
Yep.
have been there for 25, 50, I don't know how many years. The Mr. Byers, who's my neighbor across the street, we both have the same issue with the sidewalk. When we have ample space curbside, that is, I don't know if it's 3 feet, 4 feet, without any, affecting any trees, except for small, 1-inch diameter trees or whatever, but
Right.
if a sidewalk is needed, I don't see why we can't have it curbside
Yeah, so.
and save these trees.
And save some of those trees that you have, and you do. I can see it's like kind of, there's like a, it all is wooded here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 that we were kind of going around. That is part of it.
And those trees will still be affected by the sidewalk being built there. I don't know how much stress those trees could take.
Right, yeah, your property will be one that we're gonna have to talk about if sidewalk is chosen and try to pick that ultimate path with you to get it through there. We're gonna have that on several properties, to try to avoid some of these trees.
Yeah, we've lived there 44 years. I've never seen an accident. That doesn't mean that's what's not going to happen. But one accident in the last 5 years, I have a difficult time actually thinking, is this really a problem? I mean, if we have the slower speeds, the speed is a problem. That's the number one issue that I have. And I think if people slow down, and if parents are, I have neighbors with small children, obviously everybody's concerned about safety issues, but it hasn't happened.
2 more questions, and then you're gonna break to go to the meeting. I'll take the green lady in the green here.
And this question just goes off of what you're showing now, because if there's a speed bump there, that means that there's a crosswalk there. Wouldn't you want to bring the sidewalk really up close to the road for people to go across the street?
So there wouldn't be a sidewalk in this case because the sidewalk's on the east side. There would be no real reason to cross the road.
Isn't that the park?
Oh, that's the park. Yes. No, the park's down. No, it's not. Yeah. There's no reason to cross in this location.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that all the speed bumps were connected with a crosswalk.
If we go to the multi-use path on that side, on the west side, we're going to try to make those correlations. When the sidewalk is on the east side, we can vary those and space those out a little different. So again, kind of a representation. Those things can be slid one way or the other. Those speed humps. One could be added. One could be taken away as part of that. Those can also be put in and added at any point within an existing footprint of a roadway.
Thanks, you're doing a great job. Holding in there.
Trying.
I talked with a Winnequah neighbor today, and she mentioned that her neighbor had cut 2 trees, and then that spring their basement flooded for the first time. They also lost other trees because those trees were no longer protecting the other trees from wind and elements. When we put in a sidewalk, we are creating basically almost like a riverbed. And there's going to be a significant amount of runoff that comes off of that, especially with the elevation coming down from the east toward the lake. So I'm curious have we studied the environmental impacts that are going to happen from all the extra water that flows through when we cut these trees and when we possibly put in more concrete? And then have we also considered infrastructure costs underground to handle all that extra runoff? Has that been factored in? And I'm curious if you know what that price point was.
Right. So, good question. Where will this water go when it hits a surface that isn't? And now it's an impervious surface. It's not pervious where water can percolate through it. On the east side, in this case, the good thing is it's all kind of uphill, so everything would slope back to the road and back into the inlet system, back to the storm sewer and out to the lake. So the goal for that would be not to drain anything back towards the homes and not to have any drainage blocked that's coming from the homes to the roadway. That would be very important as part of this and installing this. We're not that far in design. We'll probably have to wait for an option to be selected to see how that's impacted. But that's stuff we have to work with on all these projects when they're reconstructs. Yeah, we've done it on several other ones similar to that. The tree thing, we typically don't get that far in it on how many trees are removed and what they soak up a year and what they distribute. You know, I don't know how to answer that question personally.
I do have concerns about us doing this, and there's no undoing it, and having a lot of people with flooded basements, and, you know, why do we do that? Mother Earth has her own plans, and so, you know, the more we mess with that, the more she kind of teaches us lessons.
Jennifer? What is your thoughts?
Anybody have like one last one? We're already at 8 o'clock, and I know I've got a stack of other people that want to make their statements during our appearance section, so I don't want to cut anybody off who has a question, I guess.
Did you have a question, ma'am? Or was it more of a statement? More of a statement? Okay. Okay. Are you going to use the same thing for, or you're going to continue this platform for the Public Works meeting?
The folks on Zoom can stay on Zoom. Brad's managing Zoom right now through the Public Works Committee meeting once we start it.
So,
Brad, I'm just going to stop share so the screen tiles come up right now, and if we need to do something later, we can.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and then call to order our Public Works meeting. This is a special meeting. You've noted the roll down?
Yes.
Okay. We have no minutes to approve this evening. So now I'm going to move to the appearances section. I have several people that wished to speak at the beginning. I'm not sure if those of you that wish to speak were registering to ask questions. So if I get to your name and you decide you don't want to speak anymore because you've got your questions answered, that's fine. I'm going to try and limit people to 3 to 5 minutes, please. We have 16 people that wish to speak. I don't want to cut anyone off, but we're already at 20 after 8, and I know this has been a long evening. And so I'm going to go ahead and start calling names. I will remind everyone that this won't be a dialogue with the committee. These are statements. So you won't be able to ask us questions. We may ask you a question in terms of follow-up to your statement, but this is just a statement section. Okay?
You're going to have people come up here to give their
Yeah,
statements?
so I'm going to have you, when I call your name, I'm going to have you go up to the podium, and if you could state your name and address for the record, if you feel comfortable stating your address. So the first one on my stack, no particular order, is Peter McKeever. Would like to speak in favor. Yes.
In favor of what?
It just says in favor, so I'm sure he'll tell us what he's in favor of.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the form. It says in favor or against or whatever, but it didn't say what.
Whatever was in, whatever you entered in as the subject was what you were in favor or against. Go ahead.
My name is Peter McKeever. I live on Southern Circle, 6302 Southern Circle. Wow. I owe you all an apology. I was on the council 20 years ago when we rebuilt Winnequah the last time, and we didn't solve it. And I really hope the current council will not kick this can down the road another time. The issue is going to keep coming up. It's going to keep coming up. And I really think the time to fix it is now. I sat at home and watched much of this proceeding and was debating whether or not to come over here until I heard the gentleman who spoke about the school bus and his kids. And I was absolutely convinced at that point that was a telling comment. The demographics have changed. Population is increasing in Monona. We're getting more and more young families coming back after a time when we had lots of kids. Now they're coming back. If the school buses need a place to stop, they've got to have it. And kids are walking. I also serve on the Regional Planning Commission, the Capital Area Regional Planning Commission. And I've got to tell you that every time a proposal for development comes before the commission, one of the very first questions that's asked is, what are you doing about bicycle trails and what are you doing for pedestrians to create continuity within the community so that people can travel around? It's an incredibly important question. It's coming up in every other community in the county. And it's time for Monona to step up to the plate and address this kind of an issue. The fact that our forefathers built the city without sidewalks was a shame. We can't do anything about that. It happened and it's done. But now we can begin to fix it. I bicycle on Winnequah a lot. Yes, I typically bicycle in the traffic lane. I'd love to be able to go 20 miles an hour. Maybe 50 years ago I could go 20 miles an hour, but most bicyclists, I can assure you, are not going 20 miles an hour. That's really fast on a bicycle. That's a lot of hard work. I listened to the comments about the width of the trail, 8 feet with traffic going in both directions. Every bike trail in the county is that way. Traffic is going both ways, and there are pedestrians on it, particularly the Southwest Trail that runs through the west side of town, past up from the university. I suggest that one of the reasons there haven't been more accidents on Winnequah, particularly involving pedestrians, is because people have not been using it because there's not a sidewalk. They've stayed away from it. They've shunned it. They decided they didn't want to go there because it's not safe, particularly for kids, particularly for young kids. I really do think the time has come to move ahead with this. I understand those of you who live on Winnequah. I was looking at the attendance sheets back there. About 3/4 of the people who signed in for this meeting live on Winnequah. I'm sympathetic to your situation. I work every day as a land conservationist trying to protect trees. I understand that problem. But I have to say, and you know, this may not be that popular, when you buy your homes, you knew that that was public right away. You knew that there was some risk that that would disappear at some point, that that would be taken, that that property would be used for public purposes. We live in a community, we share a community, and all of us have to give some sacrifices to that whole community. That's part of what lives in a community. And frankly, in the state of the world that we've got right now, what's going to save us is community and working together, and that means that we all make some kinds of sacrifices. So that's all I've got to say. I thank you for the opportunity. And again, I apologize that 20 years ago, me and Kathy and Doug didn't solve this problem then when we were on the council. I sure hope they solve it now. Thank you very much.
Next, I have Kurt Stute. He'd like to speak in favor of option 1 and against options 2, 3, and 4.
Hi, Kurt Stute, 6003 Winnequah Road. I came here tonight, I was pretty intrigued by option 4, and I was hopeful coming in that that might be a really useful solution. After listening to everything, I really think that still option 1 is what is the right answer, the best answer. There's no right answer for what we've got here. The biggest problem is I know there's a perception of safety. It's possible some pedestrians and bicyclists do avoid the road because of that perception of safety. At the same time, we showed numbers that that Josh stated, hey, those are pretty high numbers for pedestrians and bicyclists. So we still have high numbers going through there. So I don't, my 50 years that I've lived in that spot, I don't really see that much difference in the bicycle and pedestrian. I've seen it wax and wane a little bit, but I've used that as a pedestrian, I've used it as a bicyclist, I've used it as a runner, and I've driven on them for my entire life. So the problem I have with it, we're trying to address the situation, and in a perfect world where we're starting with a fresh slate, we could probably do that, but we don't have that fresh slate. We have the restrictions on what we're in, and then each of these has some major drawbacks to them. When I was looking at number 4, some of the real cons behind that is where we're putting that, you're forcing a lot of people to cross the road. The one accident we've had recently, and really, from what I can tell, the accidents that have actually occurred are people crossing the road, not people participating in the road. It's people crossing the road. Those are where the accidents had, and that all goes back to speed and unsafe crossings. I think we can address that with this, with the speed humps. I think we can address that with crosswalks that are lit. But designing something that's forcing people to cross the road more than they are now is asking for more crossings, is asking for more accidents like we just had recently at the Bridge Road crosswalk. Bikes on the road, frankly, that wouldn't bother me that much. That would slow down speed. I'm concerned about the cost. It's not my number one driving factor in this whole thing, but each of these options getting progressively more expensive is somewhat concerning to me. I think in all options 2, 3, and 4, the services to the houses on the north part of that road, in option 4, it's really only the northeast side, but there's some pretty significant problems with the services and things that Josh said, we're going to spend a whole lot of time figuring out how the heck we're going to make that work. On options 2 and 3, that's both the west and the east side on the north side of the road. They're going to spend some pretty significant time figuring out how the heck those services are going to work. Postal, snow, leaves, all that stuff. And I know on option 3, they're talking about forcing people to cross the road to get their mail. That's an awful idea. I mean, that just goes back to, again, the accidents that we actually do have are crossing. I don't know. I go back to, you're great. It would be super nice to have a clean slate and start with a perfect solution. We don't have that. Both options 3 and 4 are actually probably going to create accidents that don't exist now. Go with option 1, please.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Andrew Gaston. He's speaking in favor of sidewalk and against parking.
Hello, I'm Andrew Gaston. I live at 6108 Winnequah Road. That's on the east side of the street. What I would like to say is I think it's paramount that we do something for pedestrian safety, separate pedestrians from vehicular traffic, citing that there hasn't been a fatal accident or serious injury to date. In my mind, is not sufficient evidence that it's a safe design. What we should be looking at is opportunities for conflict. The more road users we have in that narrow space, the more opportunities there are for that conflict. In the 11 years I've lived here, I've been raising 2 young children. I am scared to let them walk on that roadway to any of the nearest parks alone. Let me gather my thoughts here. There's a couple other things I want to speak on. So separate the pedestrians, whether that's by means of option 3 or 4. I'd be against options 1 or 2. I think we should get over animosity towards bicyclists on the roadway. This is a very short stretch of roadway. It's not your God-given right to drive as fast as you want. If you slow down 10 miles an hour and you drive the whole length, it may cost you, 20 seconds? That is a worthwhile sacrifice for community safety, in my opinion. I'm all for lower speed limits or lower speeds overall. I worry that taking out the bump outs is going to make the road look wider, more like a highway, encourage faster speeds. There's lots of studies on this that drivers are more alert when there are more sort of natural visual obstacles versus just the road markings to go by. And there may be an unintended consequence of removing those, that people are going to be driving faster. We don't have that data yet. We won't know what the speeds are until those are removed. I spoke earlier, and I'm going to reiterate, I have concerns about the safety of my children walking to and from the school bus and waiting for the school bus if there are no provisions made for a safe place to stand or walk off the roadway, or a way for them to walk off the roadway without their back to traffic. I'm against parking. I don't think that there's a need for a handful of parking stalls, at least on the public dime. Maybe there's a compelling argument. I haven't heard it come out. But everybody has parking. I have more than one vehicle. I'm one person. I make do with the space I've got on my road or on my driveway. So I think crowding the road with additional parking is going to have a negative impact on bicycle and pedestrian safety. Against speed bumps, due to noise pollution primarily, air pollution from people decelerating and then accelerating, I should say. But I would be in favor of speed tables. As I mentioned earlier, especially at intersections where there is a natural pedestrian crossing, where there's already crosswalks, where there is a park such as Frostwoods or Graham, where it makes sense that you have people from the neighborhood crossing the roadway, and especially that stretch of southern Winnequah. If you look at it from the roadway, there's fewer trees, the road kind of opens up, it's visually wider, you have a long, clear line of sight. And if you raise the road, however high a speed table is, especially if you do something like you tried to do with the bump outs and paint the pavement a different color, that creates a visual break for drivers that indicate to them that there's some obstruction up ahead, and they maybe should slow down. Excuse me. Final thoughts. I've worked as a professional driver in my past for almost 20 years. Proud of driving safely. I've worked for several years as an insurance adjuster dealing with auto accidents. I know the first responders here, like Jim, have seen some horrific things that we don't want to be our kids. Cars are safer than they used to be. That may embolden drivers to go faster. And just in general, echoing the engineer's statements earlier, it is not a good idea to put pedestrians on the roadway. We have an opportunity now to do something other than that. And I want this on the record as well. Like I mentioned earlier, in the 11 years I've lived here, every single park along that stretch has been redeveloped. There's new playgrounds, there's new recreational facilities, there's a whole new entertainment district. There are more places to walk to than there ever were. There are more children, or there are more young children, more families with young children, and fundamentally, unless you are infirm, we're all benefiting from an ability to walk somewhere or use a sidewalk. And I think it would be a disgrace for us to spend, upwards of $1 million, especially at the encouragement of a multi-year plan put forth by a pedestrian and bicycle committee, and completely ignore pedestrian and bicycle safety by focusing on making the road wider for vehicles and not adding a sidewalk. So, thank you for hearing my thoughts. Yes,
may I ask
the question?
You brought up the point about the school buses.
Yeah.
You live on the east side of the street. Which way does the bus?
Sure. So,
does it go north or does it go south?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I live on the east side of Winnequah Road. I had a concern about my children waiting for the school bus. In the morning, the school bus picks them up on the east side of the road going north.
Okay.
Well, my youngest, the elementary school, picks them up on the east side of the road going north, drops them initially, until I complained, they were dropping on the west side of the road, having the child, 3 houses down, half a block down, having the child cross in front of the bus and then walk with their back to traffic back to my house. Their workaround now is they turn the corner and they stop on Greenwood, not Greenwood, Graham, still has my child walking with their back to traffic. I have some control over this. I'm not letting her walk on the roadway. I've instructed her to walk through the yards. But this is a problem in the winter when we have snow piled this high. You definitely don't want pedestrians on the roadway getting squeezed between sliding vehicle traffic and a wall of snow. And, the alternative is to trudge through deep snow in somebody's yard. Currently, where they wait for the bus is on bump outs because they try to consolidate the bus stops rather than picking up at each individual driveway. I wouldn't be opposed to that, but I've been unable to negotiate that thus far with the school district.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
thank you.
Too, that the middle school are moved up on the west side of the street.
Okay.
Yeah,
They have, because of the bus driver shortage, they're reusing buses after they drop their students while they come down.
So then they're heading south. Okay.
Correct, but there's still the same situation. You
They
cross the
still have to
road
cross the street.
because the school bus makes the kids cross the road in front of them, which makes sense because the school bus driver can assess the safety of the crossing, but they can't assess the safety of, the walk home past that.
Okay, thank you.
And I get, a lot of people are concerned with where to put their sticks and leaves, and yeah, I have a lot of sticks and leaves too, but my kids are more important.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yep, thank you.
Next, Adam Miller would like to speak in favor.
All right, good evening. So my name is Adam Miller. I reside at 709 Moiguera with my wife Lindsay, my 8-year-old son Emerson, 6-year-old daughter Hazel, 3-year-old Mac, and our dog Barley, who you've probably seen us in and around the neighborhood, utilizing the roads, likely not in Winnequah though. We've been in Monona, love it, for 8 years now. It's our forever home. I'm an active member of the Frostwoods HOA committee, and I mention that because I love just even the small things we do to try to make the community better. Picnics, whatever it might be, we use the neighborhood. We have an unofficial Halloween parade on Sunday, next Sunday, if anyone's taking notes. But again, I felt compelled to speak today because we love this neighborhood so much. But especially the parks, the beach, the new river rink crossing, but we don't have accessible access points without loading our kids into the car and driving them there. They have to wait for mom and dad to be around because we're not going to send them out on Winnequah Road to go there. And the times we do walk down to the beach to go swimming or go fishing, etc. We do so with extreme anxiety. Hazel loves to skip. She loves to look up in the clouds. And one wrong skip to the right, she's right there with traffic. And that's the anxiety, and kids shouldn't have to worry about that. And look, I've heard a lot of the comments of we haven't had any accidents or statistics, and I know the intent of those comments aren't to say you want to wait for those statistics to come forward. But it makes your heart hurt seeing that that's one of the things that comes forward. Or that we can't get creative, or we're going to put our sticks or our leaves for a couple of months out of the year. We all get creative where we can do that, side of the driveway, wherever it might be. End of the day, look, I think this topic is truly unfortunate that pedestrian safety is causing so much contention within the neighborhood. And I get it though. I'm not glossing over the fact that creating a safer environment for the broader Monona community is going to impose on those of you that live on South Winnequah Road. I am very cognizant of that and sympathetic to that. And as was mentioned right at the beginning of these comments, look, at some points we have to make some level of sacrifice. But I also am cognizant that we're not creating a silver bullet here, as was mentioned, right? Like every option has some faults and it might be imperfect. But at the end of the day, if we're hitting on some of those goals, pedestrians don't belong on roads. Said it from the professional here, we're seeing it from safety perspectives. That's the reality. And I think, look, recognizing the fact that some of these solutions that have been brought forth, have tried to mitigate those impacts on the individual homeowners. So option 4, when that came to light, did I originally have some concerns over bike and pedestrian traffic? Look, people will slow down because there are bikes. As I said, we navigate these trails, these 8-foot trails, in and around all of Madison. We use them as a family all the time. So at the end of the day, I'm hopeful that this committee, I should first say I've been very happy with seeing how the feedback's been taken and the various options that have been put forth. But I'm also hopeful that this committee is going to be on the right side of history in creating a safer environment. I mean, we want to create, I'll use the analogy of a sandlot moment, right? We want kids going out and being able to send them down a safe way to go to the park, to play kickball, go fishing, go ice skating with friends. They don't have that option. So when it says, we haven't had incidences, we don't see them, the kids aren't using No parents are sending their kids and their down that street today. We want to. I want my kids to walk to school or go down to Julie's house and play with her kids, but they can't. We're not going to put them on Winnequah Road. They need to be off the road. So, again, I appreciate the public forum and everyone coming together and voicing their concerns. I hope that we continue to move Monona forward and make this last improvement to create the access. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next I'll have Jim Byer. I won't make you hold your hand up.
My name is Jim Byer. I live at 6100 Winnequah. 33 years now, and probably between Larry and I, we've seen 50 years of accidents and scraping people off of roads. And it's not a fun thing to do, and I would disagree with people who say we haven't seen it yet, because yet, you never want yet to happen. Our kids walked on Winnequah Road 25 years ago because there weren't any cell phones then, and we felt it was much safer. Now I would not make that comment anymore. I like option 4 because I think it gives a big wide open area that people can walk on. I mean, I see people share bike lanes and walk lanes all the time around the city. It's consistent. It runs the length of the road. I think that people that live on the east side have a good opportunity to walk their kids straight across the street onto a big wide area that their kids can walk or push their stroller or walk their dog or ride a bike or whatever. And I do think that people who are Ironman triathletes will stay on the road and probably not drive on that mixed-use road. I would say 3 is my second choice, but I don't like the windy sidewalks. I still don't think that people are going to use them as much as they would use a sidewalk that's very clearly marked and open and on the lakeside. So I am in favor of option 4. I like to save trees too, but I would cut any tree down in my yard to save a kid. So I'd like to promote option 4 and promote the school district looking at dropping the kids off on that side of the street. And I think that the city would have an opportunity to enforce that. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Next we'll have Julie Burns. And Julie's going to speak in favor of sidewalk or multi-use path.
Hi, Julie Burns, 6103 Winnequah Road. So I'm on the south end of Winnequah. And yes, after spending time listening tonight, I'm actually in favor of option 4, the multi-use path, which would be on my side of the road and would in fact alter a little bit our landscaping, but I'm totally fine with that. I have 2 young children at home. I did serve on the pedestrian and bike committee in 2008 to 2019, and I did so because of fear of losing my children on Winnequah Road. People said, well, if you're scared of walking on Winnequah Road, don't walk on it, and that's exactly what I've required of my children. Never walk or bike on Winnequah Road. That is why my children haven't gotten in it, run over or scraped up off the ground, okay? So that is why I come to all of these meetings, is because it's very important. I want to use my community. I want my kids to be independent. I want them to be able to ride their bikes, walk to school. So a few of the goals of City Council when they put together the ad hoc ped and bike committee were safety, increasing health and wellness in the community, and looking at equity. So when you look at all of these things, we put together this plan that created a network that allowed people to walk and bike safely from the south end to the north end, from west to east to city center. And I just think it would be a huge shame if we go with option 1 or any of the options that doesn't do anything for our pedestrians and getting them off the road. Because that is not what the council said 2 or 3 years ago was their priority, was safety, health and wellness, and equity. I have a few recommendations, though, on the option 4. My concern is over making sure that crosswalks, because people will be crossing at random places on the road, So I'd like to see how we can make that safer for kids, pedestrians, to get from their house to the other side where the path will be. If at all possible, I'd love to see a wider path, and if that means going 2 more feet into my yard, that's totally fine with me. So that's what I have to say, and I just would like to say that the people in Monona that have the most to lose from the decision made on this are children. If there are no off-street accommodations made for pedestrians, children will remain not using Winnequah Road, not walking, not biking to school, losing their independence. I want my kids to have what I had. I want them to be more independent. So, thank you.
Thanks. Next we'll have Tim Casper. He'd like to speak for information purposes only.
I've been for sidewalks since it started. I don't have any little kids. I don't bicycle, but I think sidewalks are important. I also think bike lanes are extremely important. We can do all these things. We can make this safer for bicyclists, pedestrians, and everybody. And there's plenty of room, according to the engineers here, if we do it all within the one footprint and do a one-way. And it's that simple. It's a win-win-win. It's a win because we don't have to move any trees. We don't have to impact anybody's yard. We don't have to, we can have a wide enough sidewalk. We can have wide enough bike lanes and everybody, and separate them all, and everybody will be safe. Clearly the safest option. I think it's a shame we haven't studied that. An absolute shame that nobody will look at that. When I was president of the Monona East Side Business Alliance, one of the complaints I had about businesses coming into Monona was there was not enough traffic on Monona Drive. Not enough traffic. Because businesses want exposure and they want traffic going by. And I myself live on Winnequah Road, 5711, and I've been going south to work every day, and I come back every day on Monona Drive. It takes no less time, and it's not congested. I just think we are, and the second thing is we don't have an overall plan here that I've seen. Why are we stopping the sidewalk or whatever at Maywood Park when we connect other sidewalks right over here at Winnequah Park on Healy? I mean, it just makes no sense to have this sidewalk and bicyclists dead end there. I mean, it makes no sense whatsoever. I just think this hasn't been thought through enough. There hasn't been enough thinking outside the box about this. And when one of my neighbors mentioned this one-way thing, at first I thought this is preposterous. It's going to be inconvenient for me, which it would to some extent. It's going to be inconvenient to everybody else who lives over there. But the more I thought about it, and the more I looked at these other issues, pedestrians, bikes, and the rest of it, it just makes sense. It just makes sense, and it's a shame that we haven't studied it. So I would ask that we look at that we have the engineer look at that we have some plan as to how to do that, and then the community can look at it. One other comment is that on my road, when I look at traffic, a lot of it is people cutting through that don't live in Monona, going down Winnequah Road to Bridge Road, so they don't have to deal with Monona Drive or whatever, and they think it's faster. We should not be encouraging that behavior from people that aren't in our community. I think anybody coming from the north, or most of them, go over from Nichols to Monona Drive and go south, because going through Winnequah Road is problematic. So we haven't done any traffic studies to see how many people from Madison are cutting through our neighborhoods, but I don't like it. So I would strongly encourage us to have a full plan as to where these sidewalks are going to be, where they're going to go, where the bike lanes are going to go, and encourage you to look at the one-way option with some pricing. Thank you.
Okay. Next, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble reading this, but I think it says Eva Rosenthal? Or Rosenhall? Okay, thank you. Then next
Hey, everybody, can you hear me?
Oh, fantastic.
Hey, everybody. Sorry, I have kids at home, so I had to put one to sleep. So I'm remote, so can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Okay, great. I think, in short, I really support option 4. I think I think a sidewalk would be bare minimum to achieve. I was happy to see option 4. I think it's the right solution. It makes, functionally a whole lot of sense. Just thinking about the traffic and the new development that's happened across the river. I mean, having it on the other side of the street would mean a lot of crossings at the intersection, which I've already heard led to an incident that I'm not really familiar with. So I think option 4 is really great. I think there needs to be better attention paid to how we get people to cross the street. I agree with concerns about the safety there, and so I think the speed humps are maybe the minimum strategy we could do, and I understand that it might cost more, but I would advocate for a raised intersection that really highlights where individuals are crossing. The current plan, and I understand that everyone's trying to understand the cross-section, the current plan doesn't provide crosswalks at key parks, and also doesn't have crosswalks aligning with future pathways that are identified in the bike plan. I think the story here is that you've heard it from a lot of families, and our child is too young to be walking down Winnequah, but I do hope that in the future that she could walk or bike to a friend's house down the street. And I say that I think there's probably no data on this, but the use of that street, I would imagine with a proper bike and pedestrian lane like that has been suggested in option 4, would see a huge increase of use, and that's awesome. There's the beach, there's parks, there's families' homes that we drive to, and that's absurd. I should say we're on Winnequah Circle. I think we're supposed to probably mention our address. Hennewa Circle, I'm sorry. And so the traffic would reduce for a lot of us that live right in this neighborhood. And I think fundamentally the opportunity for trees to be saved is really important. But a lot of people aren't looking at those trees right now because we're not on that street. It's not bringing us to the amenities that we're paying for and that we're paying to maintain. So I guess in short, I can't speak as eloquently as some of the other families that live in this neighborhood and worried about their kids. I share their concerns in a few years when ours is old enough to enjoy it. And just want to put a strong emphasis on option 4 and just getting this done right now. I mean, any long delay in this would be really disappointing. So thanks for the time.
Thank you. Next we'll have Sharon Lair. She's going to speak against, what does it say?
Hi, I live at 5801 Winnequah Road, and this is just really a hard place for all of us to be. I feel very much for the parents of young kids, and I totally get that. My concern is, in an effort to try to make things safer, it's not always necessarily a guarantee that what we think is safer is going to be safer. I can't remember who it was, but I remember specifically in 2019, the study that was done said all the accidents happened where there were sidewalks. That came from the city council meeting. And I'm also very concerned, and this council knows that I've brought it up repeatedly, I am very concerned that there's nothing in the budget that I can find about replacing the unsafe sidewalks that are, I would never send an elderly person down there. So we want to keep building sidewalks, but yet we don't take care of the sidewalks that we have. So it's a hard place to begin. And I agree with my neighbor, Tim. I don't understand why the one-way cannot be given more consideration. It does. It solves, I think, everybody's issues in this room. It solves them all for everyone. So I'm hoping the council will look at that. Thank you.
For consistency, we'll go with David Lair then as well.
Dave Blair, 5801 Winnequah Road. I'm just going to repeat myself from prior meetings. I want to see traffic slow down, and I want to not see a bunch of trees and other vegetation come down. I think option 4 is an improvement over what we've seen before, but I still would guess as we clear out for that dedicated bike path or multi-use path, it's going to widen the view, and that's we're going to run the risk of cars speeding up because they see a wider path. So slow down traffic. Don't take down a bunch of trees and change the aesthetic of that beautiful path into Monona. Thanks.
All right. Next we'll have Craig Lightburn, or George Lightburn, sorry.
Yeah, instinctively, I'd like option 1, but realistically, because we are a community here, we have to pay attention to the pedestrian bike committee, legitimate concerns. And I got to tell you, I'm quite impressed with option 4. I was surprised. Somebody suggested it at the meeting last summer, and it was dismissed out of hand. But I think there's so many of us that use the multi-purpose lanes around Madison and Dane County. We're very comfortable with them. And as I was looking, just doing the math, looking at the footprint, it clearly takes the least amount of space. And I live on the east side of Winnequah. If the bike path is on the west side, that's okay. If it's on the east side, we're okay with that too. But I think the multi-purpose lane is quite an innovative solution. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next we'll have Dave Whitty. He's going to speak against.
Hi, my name is Dave Whitty. I live at 5802 Winnequah Road. I live with my wife and my 3 daughters who are also young, as well as our dog. I'm here in favor of option 1. As I definitely have listened to all the meetings that I've been to regarding the concerns regarding the safety. I think what's been the most challenging for me is when things have not been looked into fully. I feel that there's been questions that have been brought up a variety of times, and the answers are that it's not an option, but we're not given a reason why. I shared that earlier in the meeting prior to this. I'm still wondering why we wouldn't look at a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit, slowing the traffic down. It can't hurt. It works in Shorewood Hills. It can work in Monona. I definitely agree with Tim regarding looking at a one-way, being innovative, looking at and making sure that all of our needs, bike safety, pedestrian safety, the driving out of Monona south versus having it be a way where people can cut through Monona to get to where they want to be. I just think we need to look at these options and not rush into something that may or may not have been decided by a committee in 2018 or 19 that was recommended. So I do want to thank all the city council members and the mayor. They have come and met with me at my house. They've been at multiple meetings and heard many discussions and points. But I think that because this is such an important change and there are so many important aspects to think about, including the safety of my children, but as well as the character of Winnequah, I would hope that we would take the time to look at the option of a one-way street for Winnequah heading south. But again, I'm in favor of option 1. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next we'll have Casey Kronfeld. I just want to say thank you to everyone and everyone in the crowd that has taken all this time, multiple meetings, to share the opinions and continue the conversation. So my name is Casey Cronenfeld. I work in emergency medicine and public safety. So first off, I do want to just add that from the perspective of what I see in a day-in, day-out basis, that I think
Safety still has to be the foremost point of discussion here, and I would argue against the lack of previous injuries or incidents on this stretch of road as being the reason to say that it is safe. I think that there is robust data out there to suggest that the current setup is not safe or the safest for pedestrians in particular. And so I just want to kind of share that I think that the lack of incidents should not be used to drive that we should not do something about it. Secondly, I do want to reiterate that I am opposed to options 1, 2, and 3, but after the discussion here, am more in favor, if these are the only 4 options viable, for option 4, because I do think it addresses the most of the objectives laid out by this project, which again, we want to reduce safety or reduce speed, increase safety for pedestrians and bikes. But I would ask again for the council to really consider all options that really address those needs. And I do think the one-way may have the opportunity to do that. In fact, you could essentially look at option 4 in a one-way pattern and potentially separate out pedestrians and bikes to make it even more safe and also meet all the objectives that was first set forth by this project and support the many people in this room that live on the street and have concerns about impact on trees, the environment coming into the community, things like that. And overall, if you discuss the one-way, you have this added value of safety because we will reduce volume of traffic on the street, period. You now don't have to look 2 ways for cars at the minimum. Yes, there would still be 2-way bike traffic, but that is still a lower risk than 2-way bikes and cars. So again, thank you to everybody. I guess I would just like to voice if these are the only options, I'd speak in favor of 4, as long as there's ample discussion and support to understand the least amount of impact on trees. And then reiterating that I do think that priority for safety and not utilizing lack of accidents as the only means to not address the issues at hand. So thank you.
Next we'll have Craig Oswego, who would like to speak for information purposes only.
My name is Craig Oswego, and I live at 6008 Winnequah Road. I took these pictures today, despite the fact that it was a rainy, cloudy day. This is the corner of Greenwood and Winnequah Road. I'm here to speak for the trees and the landscaping that these proposals are going to impact. And one of the pictures there I have just of the corner, there's like 8 trees or shrubbery that will be destroyed or impacted by the sidewalk issue that we're talking about. I'm all in favor of improving the roadway. I think the bumpers should be removed. They're not maintained. Just recently, I must have shoveled about 2 gallons of hickory nuts and tree debris off of that. They're not being maintained by the city. If I were a bicyclist, I would not ride on them. I think it's dangerous. You could slide and lose control of your bicycle. I think the biggest concern I have is the speed of the vehicles going by. I don't have a radar gun, but I know they're in excess of 45 miles an hour. And it's daily that we see a speeder of that nature that goes through there. Of all the proposals that have been made, it seems to me that crossing Winnequah Road has not been solved. At either the cross at streets or going to the parks, this type of thing. I think that is a danger to our children. And of the proposals that I've heard this evening, proposal number 4, I wasn't aware of that until this evening, and I would lead in favor of pursuing that. And I do think the one-way street option should be also examined, but I know you put a lot of time and effort into this and a lot of preparation, and
I appreciate all the efforts that the council has made, and I know it's a difficult decision, but I don't want to see the beauty and the aesthetic nature of our neighborhoods changed. I'd like to see better speed enforcement, and that's about all I have to say. So it's said.
Thank you. Next we'll have Mary Ann Reed. She's going to speak about the issue.
Mary Ann Reed, 5602 Winnequah Road. I've lived there since I think it was New Year's Eve of 1988. However, I grew up in Monona, so 1954 on. This section of Winnequah Road has competing, conflicting interests, and these are not ranked in order of importance. 1, commuters. This is the entry and exit from the city for people who live south of Nichols Road and west of McKenna and Bridge Road. 2, the environment. Many mature trees on the road, and for those of you who live on the east side of the 5000 block of Winnequah Road, there is a section of spring ephemeral wildflowers that is spectacular, both in diversity and density. It's only matched by Bascom Woods. Cherokee doesn't have it, the Arab doesn't have it. Your yards do. Thank you. So I hope that somehow, whatever configuration, that patch can slightly be preserved for to exist. 3, probably the most important, the local slow walkers and bikers, kids, elders, dog walkers, all the safety issues. And I do remember, even though it's 25, almost 30 years ago, all the school bus problems we had when our kids were little, in terms of you didn't learn to ride your bike on Winnequah Road. You walked with somebody. They did not go and visit the neighbors across the street until they were like 10 years old, because we knew we lived on a hill on a busy road. 4, and finally, the personal best speed bikers and walkers that are more concerned about their timing themselves on the lake loop. They ignore the stop signs, they ride in the main road, they may ride 2 abreast in the main road like it's already a bicycle boulevard. So that's also a competing interest. I have 3 comments. Shifting the curbs to the west will help center the road with the right-of-way, so that's good. During the non-plowing season, if you pick option 1, could you put some cones or posts deployed on the stripes to help mark the edge of the striped area? That would visually narrow the road, which the concern they talked about before you put a sidewalk in or something and people think they have free permission to speed faster. But it will visually narrow the road, and it will provide a little bit extra safety if you go with option 1. And I know that they've used temporary cones or temporary posts to mark crosswalks down at the corner of Maywood and Nichols. So that's what I'm talking about. I realize with plowing season, that's out. But during the non-plowing season, I think some deployment of those would help. If option 4 is picked, the crossing should be at Maywood. It's a lot safer than Squaw Circle. I walk this area a whole lot in terms of when you pick to cross the road. And really, there's a blind, even though the crosswalk's there into Maywood Park, it always puzzled me because it's blind as people have left that intersection coming around the corner. So if you do pick option 4, make the crosswalk at Maywood. Unfortunately, people blow through the stop signs all too often, but the sight lines are better. It gives the pedestrian a fighting chance to see if people are actually stopping. This committee has the unenviable task of trying to balance all these conflicting needs. So good luck, I thank you, and safety has to be ranked first. Save as much as the environment as you can for second. Thank you.
Next we'll have Tim Carew. They're going to speak against.
I prefer to change too.
Okay.
Hi, my name's Tim Carew. I do not live on Winnequah Road. I live at 4905 Rothman Place. Been a resident here in Monona for 20 years. My wife is a lifelong resident. We bike. We do the bike loop on a daily basis. And after hearing everybody's discussion, I came in having a different attitude. I'm going away with a different attitude about it too. After hearing all of your concerns, primarily safety, because that is what it's all about. Having to deal with, I worked at the university, our safety department worked with our departments exclusively on all facets of construction that we did there. But not to get too far off the track. I would like to say that the one-way option seemed the most far-fetched to me coming in here, but after hearing concerns about these things, it seems to be a more viable approach without all the information about the impact on all the other streets, but it seems to have the most promise of sustainability and implementation without a great deal of impact. And use that as a model moving forward, because you get into the streets further down around Winnequah, as you get towards Arrowhead Park. I walk my grandson from where we live, and you go down Nichols and you get on the road and you're in the street. And I wish that there was a safer way to get there, and not just for me, but for families with kids. So I would just ask that you explore that option. And like other people have said, option 4 is okay, but it seems to be pretty impactful. One-way street seems to be a bit more feasible. Maybe more expensive because of the reconstruction of curbs and things like that, but it won't impact the environment as much. So thank you for hearing me.
Next we'll have Kathy Crew.
We have to go home and talk tonight.
I heard that.
Well, I've also absorbed a lot, so I apologize if I'm going to jump around here a little bit. The house, I'm at 4905 Rothman Place, Kathy Carew. This house has been in our family for 67 years. The park was a marsh when we moved in, so I've known a lot about Monona. Prior to Winnequah getting addressed the first time for mainly speed, we had 3 buildings open of students. The high school in the 70s had more kids there than we have today. And most of those kids are coming from Cottage Grove. There are a lot fewer kids in Monona. And I feel for all of you who have young people on this busy street, but it was busy when you moved in. And I hope we can improve what's happened and make it better. The reason the bump outs were put in was to try to address speed. But in fact, it made it much more confusing. As my husband said, we biked 81 times around the lake this season and going in that southern direction. And my husband commuted for 20 years to the university using the same path. The bump outs gives me the most anxiety out of anything. When you approach them, every single one you approach, you have to look to see if there's nuts and debris in the road. You have to see if the brush is falling into the pathway, if the trash cans are out this way, and if a pedestrian is walking the other way. And then you decide to go in the road. But before you do that, you have to make sure that there isn't a car behind you. So there's a lot to weigh in that situation. But as far as pedestrians, if they're doing the right thing, they're walking against you. So you know what you're going to approach ahead of you. Safety. Is it really a problem? I mean, even these accidents that happened in Monona, I guess we looked it up, it was 19 bike accidents in the last 4.5 years and 9 pedestrians. How many of them really was like human error? I'm not thinking that the design that we originally had here for Winnequah is designed improperly. What I really would like as far as safety goes, biker walker, is to maintain it better, to have it clean better. My husband fell early springtime because there was gravel and grit on the road and it wasn't cleaned up. To me, that maintenance is a big factor in safety. The sidewalk, I'm really concerned about its impact on the trees and the loss of property and how much it will be used. I mean, there's many ways to go about it, and I wouldn't even let my little people go out down to the park alone in these days and times. And many kids don't bike to school. It's they get dropped off because it's just more convenient time-wise. I worked for the school district for 22 years, so I know a lot of cars show up. The option 4 to me seems so complicated, dealing with all the driveways, the median strip, little green space, choices that bikers or walkers are going to have to make. It's just adding so much, and we're losing so much property by it that I'm not excited about option 4 at all. The parking. Most of the driveways are either double wide or have a big turnaround in the back. There's about a half a dozen that only are single and not wide in the back. But 3 of those 6 are right on corners, so they have the option to park on the side streets. On holidays, because we're on the park here, we have 70 people show up. But everybody knows not to park in the driveway so that the elderly people can pull in. I really am concerned tonight when you said about the bus drop-off. And instead of having these parking slips, couldn't we have a concrete pad or something, these benches now that they have, buddy benches, whatever, that these kids can congregate and be in a safe place and put our money into something more like that. I don't want more maintenance problems for the city by having a sidewalk. I want them to take better care of what we have already. The cost of this bigger project, we have a lot of stuff coming up. And these big items, like I said, if we had an open slate, we could do anything we want, but that's not what we have. And we have a lot of other projects going on. So I would be in favor of removing the bump outs, add speed bumps, widen the common space use of the bike and pedestrians. There's plenty of space, and make the road lanes a little narrower so that the cars are freer, or don't feel so free to drive so fast. No extra parking, maybe a bus stop, and really take advantage of these new painting systems. Those green stripes, those bright lime green, we could use it so much around our community. And also maybe make an extra wide between the driving lane and the bike pedestrian lane. And the last comment I want to make is the one-way. I would not be happy living on a one-way street when I could go to work easy, but then I have to zigzag through all the other neighborhoods to go to my house. So that's how I'll talk to Tim about it. Thank you.
Okay. I did get a stack of folks that wanted to register just either for or against, and so I'll read their names. We have Logan Waldry wanted to register in favor of speed humps in option 1. Larry Reed, did you want to speak or were you? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. You hadn't marked one or the other, so.
Hi, I'm Larry Reed. I live in 5602 Winnequah Road in Marianne. And I anticipate that a few years down the road, we're going to have changes. We've got 11 feet of right-of-way in our front yard. And I'm glad I'm not going to have to cut it, but I might have to shovel some of it in the future. I'm in favor of option 3, and the reason is it separates pedestrians, vehicles, and bicycles. Option 4, an 8-foot lane, 2 ways for people walking, biking, pets. I see that as a big problem. And Option 3, each one of those groups of people has their own path to walk. And the sidewalk, where it is, collects people coming in from the feeder streets into Winnequah Road. They don't have to cross the road to use the sidewalk. They can stand on the sidewalk, check for traffic both ways if they need to get to the other side. And I'm not in favor of a one-way street. I think if we live on Winnequah Road, that might be nice for us. But there's probably 6,000 people in Monona who don't live on Winnequah Road who would not be very happy with us. And when I look at option 3, and I see the 10-foot driving lanes, and then the 6.5-foot bike lanes and the 5-foot sidewalk, the bike lanes dedicated one way, I think that's going to make things easier to navigate, safer to navigate on Winnequah Road. So I'm in favor of option 3. I appreciate all of the other concerns that people have. I was on the Bike Head Committee, and we had a couple of meetings, and the range of concerns and worries and options that people want to explore are almost endless. And when you're on a committee like that, we didn't all agree on everything. We had to adjust. And I think the council will have to adjust in some kind of way to all of the comments that we made here tonight. But it's really cool that the citizens can come out and speak their mind. Can't do that in every country.
All right, and I'll go back to those that registered. Thanks, Larry. Kim Richards, I'm sorry if I'm murdering your last name. If you were here, I'd have you say your name. She wanted to register in favor of speed humps. Tina Godfrey and Mike Godfrey wanted to register against sidewalks on Winnequah. Cindy Drager wanted to register against sidewalks and removal of trees. Fred Hyde wanted to register in favor of option 4. Is there an idea? All right. Joe at 6220 Winnequah Road, I'm sorry, I can't read your last name, would like to register against sidewalks. Ward Munn would like to, actually it doesn't say whether they're registering for or against something.
And he left.
All right. And then our last one, Kelly Yunke would like to register against sidewalks for speed control. All right, that's what I have in terms of people who've registered or wanted to speak. Am I missing anyone online that wanted to speak?
Hold on one second. Caitlin is wanting to speak, but I believe she is left her comments. I can share them in the meeting notes.
All right, if there's no one else online that wishes to speak, I do also want to read some names of folks that sent in emails. Sam Borod, Dana Goodman, Andrew Gaston, and Caitlin Iverson were all registered in favor of some sort of change on Winnequah. I believe most of them were for option 3 at the time.
Sorry. There is one other one. Corey Casper online is for option 4.
Okay.
Sorry.
Great. If there's nothing else, I'm going to go ahead and close the appearances section. And we'll move on to item 6 of our agenda, new business, discussion and consideration of South Winnequah preliminary design options. So at the last meeting, we tabled our discussion to tonight to hear more from the community, which we have thankfully had lots of participation this evening, to discuss the options that were presented last time, but then also we have a new option to discuss. Would anybody like to start?
I'd make a motion we raise that from the table.
Please, that would be great.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to take it from the table. All right. All in favor? Aye. Sorry.
Aye.
It's been a long day. Kathy, you wanted to talk?
Josh, I have two questions to ask you about relative, option 4. So the one question is, and I think it has promise, although there are things that concern me. When the bikers get down to the end of Winnequah at Maywood, they will have to split off and go on the other side of the street. There is a stop sign there for cars back up. So they will have to go likely cross Winnequah, then cross Kelly, then cross Maywood to get the other side. And how are we going to ensure that they will do that when they don't even stop for one stop sign? I mean, I'm sure you guys have thought about that, but that's one of the things that concerns me about, and particularly from a safety standpoint, if there are a lot of cars back up.
Yeah, I think the transition on the north end is tough to get people to obey and follow. You had the same situation down on Bridge Road, if you recall. The multi-use path came out, it exited, nobody went across the street, but then they cut across diagonally, or they stayed on the lake side of the street for a while, and then they kind of just crossed over to get to the other side before. So you'd have to do it at a controlled intersection. We'd have to figure out something at Maywood or up here at Squaw Circle, where you could get them across, where you could come and then provide a green kind of crossing just like you see now that's painted so that they could cross to the other side. Whether that's diagonal at that location or whether it's crossed at a 90, I think we need to explore that further. What's the best way? So that is a tricky spot of the multi-use path is at the north end.
And question 2, relating to that section. And I like that option, and I'm glad you came up with it because I think it respects the neighborhood needs and is best for the environment. But what concerns me is that most of the pedestrian traffic comes from the east side of the street. Cars now pedestrians wait for cars. Cars do not wait for pedestrians. So when Julie suggested that we needed to not just have crosswalks, but we need to mark stuff to get them to stop, that I'm really concerned about how we do that in a way. And when you get further down Winnequah at the south end, it's like 2 long blocks, I think. I don't know how long you go. There's 2 long blocks down there. And if you live on that side and you want to get across the street, and we have a narrower street, kids have to walk for a distance, or adults or pedestrians, before they can get to a crosswalk to do that. Is there enough space in the street down there for pedestrians to walk till they can get to the crosswalk?
Not unless we left the street wider down there.
I mean, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're saying like from the Bridge Road kind of up to
Yep.
up to Graham. They could cross at Bridge Road and get on the path. So it's kind of in
But
between.
either way, they have
in between, right? You're saying? Yeah. They're going to have to, if they're on the east side, either make a crossing to just across the street or go to one of the intersections, whether it's Bridge Road or to Graham, in that case, to get across the multi-use path.
That's my concern, is that in the wintertime and other times, if the street is narrow, and I'm all in favor of narrowing that street, but the pedestrians are going to have to walk on a very narrow street till they can get to a crosswalk or cross in the middle of the street.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's valid. Yep, they got to make one of those choices in the middle there.
Okay. I'll have more later.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we go back to the street profiles?
Yeah. Give me 1 second here. Maybe I should share these. I don't.
And if you could make it a little bit bigger too, I would appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Give me 1 second. Brad, can you see these? Is this in share mode now? It might not be. Give me 1 second.
You're not sure.
Does that work?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, I'm just going to leave it in this mode because it's easier to zoom in.
Okay. So
Which one would you like to look at?
just working from the numbers at the top there, the bike lanes there are 5 feet wide?
No, this is the northern section. You want to do the southern section?
Now let's do the northern section.
Let's do the northern section.
That's the most difficult one.
Yep.
So those are 5 feet wide.
Those are 5
The
feet.
traffic lanes are 10 feet wide.
Yep.
Okay. In that part of the world, there's the issue about, much like Kathy was just talking about, is there a way to walk on Winnequah Road? We don't want to encourage it, of course. Having a little bit of space over there, aside from the, what are you talking about, a 1 foot curb, right?
Right. Those curves are
Where they
2
got
foot. Those 2 foot, they're kind of like a 1 foot head and a 1 foot like curb pan.
Right, okay, so the pan is a foot.
Yep.
You've got in that situation, so the 5 feet doesn't include the curb edge.
No, it does not.
It's from the
from
curb
the pavement.
pan over.
Yep. So that'd be
but
like-
you've got a 10-foot traffic lane there.
Correct.
Other ones are larger. I'm just curious, is if we were to make the lanes a little narrower up on the north end, can we make it, I think you had mentioned 9 feet, right?
That's what they are today.
Okay. And I think we're all in favor of making them narrower because people then are nervous as they're driving through a narrower lane. So it may help to slow traffic a bit more. Now that'll pick up another foot that maybe we could put over on the east side, for which would be the opposite side of, at least my favorite is number 4. And so there would be some possibly walkable space over there and more room to put leaves. Although now they're putting them in the gutter, and we don't really want to do that. But at least there's a bit more space.
So you're saying leave leave them on the road, right? Just provide more bike lane width. You're saying
Well,
bike
I'm
shared
saying
width.
narrower driving lanes.
Yep.
So then now on, if we were to go to number 4 here
Yep.
and look at that, if we have a narrower lane, then we have more space. We're picking up another down to 4.
I'm messing my slides up. Give me a second here. So what you're describing on the north end is what you have today.
Right, exactly.
So,
So
you
now
have
on the-
9 foot lanes and a 6 foot.
So now if we look at number 4 here,
Today.
if those driving lanes were each 9 feet, that would free up 2 more feet that we could put on the east side with a stripe. Okay? And it would give potentially some, I don't want to use the word walk space, but there would be space.
So standards.
Okay? That's my question.
Curb on either side, 11 foot lanes, you need 12 foot of space from the face with volumes like this on a collector street. So that's 11 plus 1 is 12. The reason is we bring both the curves together now. That's the difference. When you go up, the top, you got all that bike space. That counts. That counts from a face-to-face kind of measurement. You can't narrow. I mean, emergency vehicles are already it's already close enough at 11. Larger vehicles, it's already close enough at 11. So you don't want to go narrower. That's why we even argue against the 9 foot narrow. That's actually too narrow for this kind of a street. Even if you have the bike lane, 9 foot is typically too narrow. 10 foot is minimum when you look at it on the standards. Can you reduce it? I've told the committee this before. I mean, you can do what you want. I think people have in the past, but it'll be hard for me to say.
So if you had a 9 foot lane next to a 9 foot lane, you would now have an extra 2 feet. And if those lanes were slightly offset to the west, there would be additional space that would be free on the right.
So on the street, you need 24 feet face to face. 24 feet of 24 feet of space. Maybe I'm not
24
following.
feet between them.
Yep.
9 feet, 9 feet. Right now it's 11 and 11, right? You've got 11 and 11?
Yep.
So, but if they were 9 feet,
Yep, which you can't do. Well, you could do it, I guess, if you
Yeah,
wanted
well,
to.
you
Yep.
just said we could do it.
Yeah, if you wanted to.
And that would then be another 4 feet. If the lines were offset, if the crown was offset, that could potentially give you some space
Yep.
for whatever you wanted to on the right side. As we're looking at this, on the
Yeah,
east side.
yeah, on that side, next to the wall, you're saying there.
So I don't know if that's feasible or not, but that's the thought that I had. I like the idea of the speed tables being moved to the intersections. That slows the cars down at the intersections, right where you want them, where there might be potentially people crossing, and putting the crosswalks right on top of that. You know, I think somebody mentioned a speed table, which I think would make more sense. One thing that we didn't, again, I'm in favor of 4. Can we put trees in that terrace as well, that grass terrace?
You can. I think that's, I don't know what the policy is for Monona, if you do put them in those small terraces or not. It's probably a different size tree than the large trees. It's more ornamental, it's short in stature. Dan, do you know?
You're talking if option 4 is chosen?
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's something open for debate or discussion, but if you provide that terrace along that section, I'm assuming the residents are going to want to use it for their leaves, their branches, their snow storage and things like that. But, we do have a street tree terrace program. It'd be a council policy decision if they want to plant new trees in this terrace. So.
Okay. But it's just our option. So we could actually be adding trees. And we already discussed the possibility of the green lanes at Bridge Road. And I'm leaning towards taking people off of this on Maywood. I think that's a more controlled intersection myself.
At the three-way stop there.
Yeah.
Josh, that discussion about shifting the lanes and adding the walk space, I understand what Tim's trying to do, but when we get to you could do that, I get concerned about whether your firm's comfortable.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a hard time standing.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I wanted to hear.
You're not gonna get that from me unless we probably talk to the attorneys and they can come up with some language that says that's what you want to do.
Thank you.
So 9 feet wouldn't, maybe won't apply, but what about 10?
I think you need 12. I think you're going to need 24 there, minimum standard, John, unless I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the thought there. I think it's, you can read it and then it shows 24. Like Josh is saying, I understand what you're saying, but if you're down to 18 or 20, you're going to get the same footprint, some back, but then you're, conveying, essentially, maybe not signing it that way, but, you're almost dedicating that space, you say, for pedestrian movement, and that's the problem with those type of lanes.
So I'm not talking about making the road between the curbs narrower. That can stay 24.
Yep,
Okay.
I understand, it's just then you have a little strip for, I understand.
You're just saying you're going to put that little extra strip over here for pedestrians, right?
No, it's not for pedestrians. That'd be the last thing you want.
Okay, it's just for storing things.
Yes,
And then anybody can put their stuff in. Right? Or the trash things or the leaves.
A good place to put your
So,
recycling bin.
Yeah. Yep. It would be comfortable on what Dan wanted to stripe and maintain the striping and, build it this way and come to stripe it later. Nobody can stop you to do that.
2 more questions.
You may want to ask your attorney if you should do that, though. That'd be a good question.
Option 4,
Yep.
multi-use path.
Yes.
Who does the snow removal?
The city will.
The city does that, okay. The terrace, I'm assuming that it's
It's grass.
grass,
Yep.
and that the owners would be responsible for maintaining.
Yep. Yeah, you'd mow that and maintain that space.
Just wanted everybody to know, but
Yep. Yep. Yeah, that would still be maintained by the property owner, whether it was a sidewalk or a multi-use path.
and it's grass only and not.
I mean, that is preferred along sidewalk and along, especially the multi-use path. You know, you like to keep that space clear. So you know, when you put the multi-use path in, you do want 2 feet of clear space on either side. When I say clear, I mean you can have objects there, but you don't want to plant stuff right up to it and let it overhang on it. It will go from an 8-foot path to a 6-foot path very quickly in use. So you have to make sure the multi-use path has some clearness to it on either side. So there is some areas, I mean, that have, I would say, you know, growth all the way up to the curb today, and even in the bump outs.
I do.
Yeah, in the bump outs.
Not
Yeah,
down
you
up
do,
to
right.
up to the curb.
Some of that sometimes hangs over.
No, I never let my.
Well, yeah. In some cases that can hang over or, you know, hang into the bump outs and stuff, and that, you know, that needs to be maintained.
Well, I would assume I'd need to move it back
Yeah,
a
you'd
foot
have
or
to-
so.
you'd have- yeah, you'd have
I mean,
to
it never goes over, but.
Yeah, yeah.
Beth?
I apologize if I missed this earlier, I was at a different committee. Why are we looking at an 8-foot multi-use path and not a 10-foot?
So I kind of preferenced that earlier of the 8-foot fits. It has the least impacts and it kind of fits within that footprint. I would prefer 10. 10 is minimum. 12 is preferred. I think 14, 16 is desirable, right? If you get, and you have all this space, right? 8 foot is that minimum when you have to go around stuff, or you know, you get into a wall situation, or you kind of get narrowed down. So by this wall, you know, you're probably going to get into that 8 feet. Or could you just pave the whole thing, you know, all the way to the curb? The problem is you're going to have some mailboxes in there, you're going to have some other things, but you might have a stretch of pavement there. I think those are things that can be worked out. But I would suggest to this committee, if you're going with a multi-use path, to go 10. So we, instead of 1 foot of extra space in the southern half, you would have 3 feet outside the curb in the southern half. On the north half, there's only, it's the road is 3 feet narrower. So in the north half, this multi-use path hangs over 4 feet and it's 8, and it hangs over 6 and it's 10. So the north half has that restriction of it has to hang over farther because it's a narrower road.
So I'm just thinking that, you know, I feel comfortable behind my mountain bike handlebars.
Yeah.
And those are like 30, 32 inches wide.
Yep.
So you have 2 people are going both ways. So if they go exactly up to each other, you know, that's 5 feet, that doesn't leave much room for a pedestrian. I mean, I don't know how many pedestrians are only a foot across.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah. It's tight when they're all coming together, right? You know, there's a little give and take. That's why 10 and plus are more forgiving for some of that. With the volumes here, 10, I mean, I know just through conversation with staff and others that, you know, 10 is probably the way, you know, preferred to go. We're just showing the bare minimum on this thing, just to kind of show the minimum impact. Also, when you go out to, we got to remember when we go those extra 2 feet, there is a handful of extra mature trees that we're right up against. Okay, so you know, do we narrow the terrace in those areas? We never discussed that because, you know, I don't know if we want to go to this option or not, but you know, maybe is there where we can, you know, bend the path 2 feet from at that small spot, so you're not right up against the trees. I think there's a little bit of that, but I think you would go more from like 7 to about 14, just by reviewing what we survey shot and kind of going down the corridor and looking at it. Now again, hit or miss, maybe a few trees here or there, but it is another impact to go that extra 2 feet. Yeah.
I guess my biggest concern is the safety on that because you've got two-way traffic, people pulling out of, I counted them, 30 driveways.
It's a lot.
Along that stretch, that's not counting the ones that have 2 driveways, so it'd be like 32. People are going wrong facing. And you know, you're not taught to do that when you're along traffic. Usually the multi-use paths are quite a bit off of the roadway. They're not used as just a bigger sidewalk. So I just have a lot of safety concerns about, and then dumping people off having to go angle across the intersection.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you that they're not using as much access points. I'm seeing them more and more used now, though, like this. Pittsburgh's really putting a bunch of them in like this. And instead of sidewalks, they're putting this in on both sides sometimes.
But are those roads okay for bikes?
No.
So that's
why
another
they're
point
doing
is that
Yep.
Winnequah is good for bikes. I
Yep.
mean, it's desirable to keep the bikes on the road.
Right. And when she says that they're good for bikes, they're just really, really high volume roads. So even if you put a bike lane out there, and a lot of them had bike lanes, people just don't feel comfortable out biking with that much traffic. So they're pulling them off and doing it for a different use. You're right.
So
Okay.
if you went from 8 to 10 feet, where is the extra, like on my...
You're south of Owen, right?
Where the...
You're just
where's
south of
the
Owen?
2 feet coming
Just
from?
north of Owen. You're south of Owen.
Where am I?
Are you south of Owen?
5,900, just
south of Owen.
south
Mhm.
of Owen.
Right, yeah, so you'd have 3 extra feet coming onto your property with a 10-foot path. So you'd have the curb, and then take a yardstick out there, that's where the path would be.
Okay, so you cut in 2 feet,
Yeah.
so, okay.
3 more feet. 3 more feet from the back of the curb, 3 more feet into your property.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Can I
Question
ask-
for Dan. Do we have the equipment for clearing this path?
Yep.
Does the terrace get in the way?
No. No.
Okay, so
We have
you'll
all,
take the snow and move it?
we have all the equipment we need to clear the path.
Okay.
Thanks to this committee and city council over the past few years, we're good to go.
Josh, could you talk a little bit about some of our options on the east side of the street if we went with option 4 for potentially like storage of garbage carts and like potentially a bus top type? I mean, could we put in like little cement pads by people's driveways for storage? Because if we narrow the lanes, the garbage carts need to go somewhere.
Right, right.
Is there kind of
So,
precedent or?
On the south side, if you were to go with this option, yeah, I'm sorry.
Quiet.
On the south side, if you were to go with that option, we aren't touching the curb. So nothing changes for those south side people, except there is not a bike lane there now. So they're going to have to put it on the back side of their curb, right? Or in their driveway, if they wanted their driveway versus on the back side of the curb. And then on the north side, a majority of the north side would kind of have that same feel, except up against that wall. And that wall, we've looked at that, and Mike's here. The curb is right there. The curb's right there now, but the bike lane goes away. So what he's used the bike lane for in the past, on occasion, he can't use it in that fashion anymore. It will be in a driving lane.
Well, but I have a question on that. Is it not safer for a car to go through a pile of leaves than it is for a cyclist or a pedestrian? And I don't ask that lightly, because for me, the deal breaker to Plan 3 at our last meeting was that clearly we were squeezing these walls and putting either the sidewalk or the bike path right there with all this other stuff, and asking for a disaster. And even though I have to say that plans 3 and 4 each have their attributes to champion, that for me is very problematic. I don't think it's a problem for cars to have to slow down to avoid some debris every now and then, should that come to pass.
Sure. Yeah. Versus a bike or somebody else that would. Yeah. On a safety sense, I can see that point.
Yeah.
Was there a question out of that? Did that answer your question, Jen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Something.
If option 4 is chosen by committee and council, we're going to work with Mr. Mullmans on some form of coordination for your leaf collection, because there won't be room in the road for those leaves, so we're gonna make sure that is addressed. Also, if option 4 is chosen, I think between you and I and Josh, we're gonna probably come up with something for your carts. You know, if we have to look at, like Alder Coor said, some pads for your carts right next to your apron, something like that. But those are some design features that we can look at once we decide what we're going to do.
One of the questions I meant to mention earlier, but forgot, is the length of the road. All the mailboxes will be right up against the road. There will be no bike lane for mail delivery, so cars will have to work against the mail truck during those times. Is that a concern? UPS is a bigger vehicle,
Yep.
or others.
So
is that a concern for the whole stretch?
We talked about that internally after the last Public Works Committee meeting, when a lot of the residents came out and voiced their concerns too. So if option 4 is chosen, it'll be a center dash, so vehicles can go around slower, like garbage trucks, mail vehicles. You know, some internal discussion was, we heard residents say we want to slow down traffic. Well, when you have those delivery vehicles like UPS, FedEx, garbage trucks, it's going to slow down traffic. It'll be legal with the center dash to go around. So we're well aware of that. But there's some positives with that too, to help slow traffic.
And it is positive to have the mailbox on the side of the road.
Yes.
Crossing it around.
Yep.
Give and take.
Yep. So once an option's chosen, where we have these conflicts, that's where we're going to dive in and figure it out. Be committed to figuring out that problem. So,
Mike, I have a real quick question. I have a quick question. Like, where do you put your bins today? Do you put those in the bike lane?
No, they are, the 4 bins, if it's recycled, they would our shared driveway go, 2 go next to my mailbox,
And 2 go on
2 go on the side of Dave's yard.
Mike's got it more of a flat area
Yep.
to put the 2.
Yep, right in here.
Yeah,
Yep.
mine I just put on at an angle. You know,
Basically in the bike lane.
Yeah.
And 4 of them, it's a challenge.
Right.
To work that out.
Yep.
so are you the other shared?
Yeah, we share the
Okay.
driveway.
So we'll be working once we figure out what option we're doing. You know, we can't dive into design until we know what option we have. So that's why we don't have a lot of detail on that. But once we know what option, once we know where the conflicts are, then we'll dial in on that. That'll be part of the plan.
Josh, is it impractical to take the end of the wall, the retaining wall, maybe the 2 feet or 3 feet, cut that back and dig that out and put a square retaining wall and open up a little section that's 2 to 3 feet?
We might have to do that, you know,
We talked about that in the past a little bit when we were trying to get the sidewalk on the side a little bit more. Here's the end of the wall, and from what I understand, Mike, is you put a couple here and then a couple on the other side, diagonal. I mean, there could be where you reconstruct this wall and just spin it back a little bit and create a flatter spot out front.
Right.
That you could maybe stack 4 of them right up on or something that provides some space. It could also, you could pile leaves there. Now, I know you have a long pile of leaves, so I don't know. Again, we'd have to discuss that a little bit more and try to come up with a solution, Dan, to see how you can pick those up differently.
But that's an option that you've considered?
It is, but then we're going to have to touch the wall, and we're going to have to push, we're going to have to get a little bit onto private property here to probably make that work, the wall work.
Well, we do have some right-of-way there to work with if option 4 is chosen.
A little bit, you can see it right here, Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we'd have to talk about with you.
This wouldn't impact the grade of his driveway, correct?
No,
believe so.
We wouldn't touch the curb on that side, so we wouldn't even touch his driveway slope or anything. Yep, that would all remain the same with option 4. So option 4 keeps that curb on that side and all those driveways the way they are today. All those mailboxes, honestly, all the way the carts and stuff are put out, And the leaves, they can't go on a bike lane now because there's a drive lane there. They'd have to sit on the yard or in the driveway piece of it, which I think probably most people are doing where they have the space. Mike doesn't have any space. He's got a wall right up against him there.
Chad?
So my simple question, though I realize the answer is probably not simple. Of the two options, 3 and 4, which clearly strive to create a safer street, and you've stated that very clearly tonight, that as an engineer, you cannot responsibly expect any pedestrian, young or old, to walk in a street with that volume of traffic. So given that, which one of these solutions, in your view, breaks fewer rules? Because I know we have to make some compromises.
There you go, earning your money now.
I talked to John tonight, and I said, "You want to go instead of me? It would be easier." I personally, if we're going to separate people, I like to separate them. So I like to separate them: walkers, bikers. I think the bikes probably would do pretty good out here, going north and south. They've been doing it for a lot of time. I think the belt belts restrict them a little bit. You give them a little more space, you buffer them. And, you got some people riding double. That helps when you got a little extra lane there, so they're not in the way. And I would get the walkers on the east side away from everybody else. If I had to make the choice, that's probably what I would do tonight. The hard part with that is that wall situation. On both those walls, we are at a point where we're like curb right up against the one really, really tight decorative wall right at the south end. We get a little more space as we head north along the decorative wall, but at the south end, we're right up against it. And on the other side, we have the other wall that we're right up against with the sidewalk. So, man, I really wish that decorative wall wasn't there. That's been the thing the whole time. That I understand it's been there for a long time, so I want to avoid it. But I personally like the sidewalk. If we're going to go with a multi-use path, 2 things that I would stress: I like it 10 foot wide versus 8. And personally, what worries me is all the driveways. So people have to understand that live on that side that people are going to go both directions, and they have to be willing. It is 100 feet of right-of-way space. We have to be able to trim some of the lower stuff back so people, as they're backing out and coming, I know they look at the bike lane now, but they got to be able to see both ways as bikes and people are traveling both directions on there. Some of them will be going a little faster, right? When there's nobody else out there, they're going to pick up speed on that path. So I just worry that cars, the residents have to be mindful. And the people that residents have over have to be mindful, that I'm crossing this path. Like you said, 30-some crossings is quite a few for a multi-use path in this long stretch. That's why I lean more back towards the sidewalk than the multi-use path. I like keeping the bikes on the street. And you clarified it right. I'm not against having people walk in the street, but this isn't a quiet neighborhood street. It does handle a lot of traffic compared to, a street out on Belle Isle, that has people visiting it, that has a few hundred cars a day. I get that. And a lot of Monona's like that. A lot of the streets you can walk around and feel pretty safe in and have wide enough and have enough for parking, and you can feel like you can get out of harm's way. And usually when a car comes down those streets, they probably move over a little bit and give you extra space because there's nobody coming the other direction. That doesn't really happen here as much when there's a lot of vehicles on the road.
And isn't it also true, to follow up, that when you worked with the city on the pedestrian bicycle plan, we recommended off-street facilities for pedestrians on precisely those streets which cannot safely handle pedestrians?
Yeah, that was the criteria. We set it all out right at the beginning with the committee and with standards, and you got to certain thresholds, and bike boulevards didn't make as much sense because we were kind of crossing over those. Where the north side of Winnequah has lower volumes and could be a bike boulevard. We talked about where there was a lot of pedestrians, where you probably want to move sidewalks over to link them up to Bridge Road, Broadway, and the new stuff that you're doing down there, all the way up to the city center, the parks. Where do those make sense? Dean and Nichols have them east-west, something north-south. You have it on Monona Drive, you probably need something north-south, just like you have Winnequah Drive for traffic on the lakeside. So I think, everybody in that committee was thinking about that, right? To bring sidewalk up around, potentially tie it into Winnequah Park, or what Maywood, right to Nichols, to get to the city center, and maybe Maywood continue it on to attach to the schools. That's why we brought it down McKenna. There was a thought, and there's a map that kind of indicates how would these be done logically. Now, from what I understood, and you did probably too, Chad, at that time, is we're not going to go out and we can't put all this in at once. Financially, we can't do it all, right? There's a lot of other needs. But when we look at streets, Public Works Council will pull the plan out, look at it, doesn't make any sense. And I think that's where we start here, right? We've been here for a couple of years, which is fine. I love all the input. We got to find the right solution. So, but I'm still thinking sidewalks probably preferred.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Josh, sorry, I wanted to interject in with a question real quick. This is Brad, sorry. When we did the Atwood design with MSA and the City of Madison, we specifically removed the shared use path from the side of Monona because of the fact of the driveways and the inability of somebody who's on the pathway to avoid somebody that pokes their nose out with their car. And there was the vision triangles. And the fact that they moving out from behind one of the landscaping walls would not be able to see a biker moving at like 15 miles per hour, for instance, on the shared use path. Is that a concern with the walls on the northern end of South Winnequah Road? The walls on the west side get taller at the driveway.
Yeah, because they have those like pedestals, right? They have kind of those accent kind of ends to them.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the hard part, Brad, is what worries me a little bit with the multi-use path too is we're going to want to come in and make it safe once we put it in. Public Works is want to keep it safe, and they're going to do a little clearing back and create these site triangles where they can. You're not going to maybe get them on all the fixed objects, but you're going to do the best that you can to that. And that's only going to make the residents along there maybe a little bit more unhappy with some of the removals that we have to do. You can't really take that into account until you start the final design, and you look at those triangles and you think, okay, some of the shrubbery and bushes, the impact is 3 feet, but now in this corner, we got to take another little sliver out of here just so that they can see around it, and it's safer that way. Those details aren't vetted out completely.
I guess I'm confused by what you're saying now.
Yeah, so like...
The street is going to be basically the same footprint as it was before. Those people are backing out of their driveways now across the same landscape that they will be soon, if any of these went into effect. The people who live behind the walls, they don't back out. The majority of them, they drive out. They will have better vision because they live in that area.
Right, so some of the ones in the north, and remember, we're encroaching past the curb, so whether it's...
But they're going to be driving out, not backing out.
Does everybody drive out when they drive out?
I know a number of the people on that street.
They back in and drive out straight?
No, they turn around at the walls. They have a way to, they pull into the garage, so they back out and they go that way.
They come straight out.
Other people, they have a turnaround. Several of them are that way. And we could look at that more closely.
Yeah.
But and even if you're further down on South Winnequah, you've been backing out onto that street as long as you live
there. It's much more open down there too, which is good.
Yeah. So I don't see the backing out as being as dangerous as what you're saying.
But right now, the traffic's going one way, or the nearest traffic is all going the same direction. When you're backing out, now if you have a multi-use path, you have 2 directions of traffic.
But you still have good vision triangles most of the time.
Your walkers going the opposite way.
So
they're not going as fast as bikes, though.
On the north half, you will go 3 to 5 feet, depending if I can get to 10 feet there, you go 5 feet out. So, right now this is 3 feet, right? Here's the old curb, here's the new thing. All I'm saying is, when they pull up, we may have to clear out a little bit more. Yes, they have it there today, but if we push this back 5 feet, we may have to clear out little triangles on either side so that they can see, as they pull up their vehicle, they can see that way, and there's nothing blocking them on the corners. Is it going to be a great deal? No, but I know that it's just more impact, right? It's just going to be more impact to those property owners as far as if they have landscaping or something else in there. So,
Yeah, it is, because where I live, there's a curve, there's the park sign, and I'd have to back up. I mean, it's hard enough backing up this way, let alone every time I go in, I would never back down my drive. I have a long driveway, and it will be very challenging for me, and it will be particularly challenging when I have to worry about bikes coming from, not a deal breaker, but it will be when you've got bikes coming from both ways, coming down Owen, coming this way and coming this way, and you can't see because there's a curve there. I mean, it can be, for some properties there, a lot of people have two driveways or they pull in and they turn around. But for some, it's a real challenge. Mike's got to have a real challenge because you won't have the bike path on your side. But it can be a real challenge backing out of some of those driveways. You just don't back out during rush hour.
Right. But you've been backing out that driveway ever since you moved into that?
Yeah, my husband just totaled a car backing out of it, but...
It's horrible.
Not because he hit a car, because he hit a tree.
So were we wanting to make a recommendation?
So I'd like to make a motion that we accept number 4 with the 10-foot multi-use path.
Do I have a second?
I'll certainly second it.
Do we have some discussion?
I want to know if 9 feet is a good compromise between 8 and 10.
Are you asking me or the motion people?
So I chose 10 because it's easier to make it smaller than it would be to make it bigger. And we're not making the decision tonight. The council will be making the decision. And there's plenty of time for Josh to give a tree count of the difference between 8 foot, 9 foot, or 10 foot.
I don't think it's easier to make it smaller than bigger. I think it is what we think makes the most sense. And I think that this whole process is about compromise. And the neighborhood has to recognize that we have to accommodate pedestrians, bikers, and the neighborhood, and the environment, and all these other things. And so I don't know, I mean, 1 foot makes a huge difference in some yards and in some trees.
Sure.
Bikers make it on the sidewalk on Monona Drive that they're not supposed to bike on a much, going both ways on that with pedestrians, and it's 5 feet. So I'm not sure why we go to 10, and I like to compromise it at 9.
Chad?
So I guess my comment would be that I seconded Tim's motion for 2 reasons. One is that I too would not support option 4 if we don't try to put in a 10-foot wide multi-use path. And the reason for that is that by taking the cyclist off of the drive, we are creating a potential conflict. And I feel very strongly, in fact, I would say that if I were going to pick my best solution tonight, it would be number 3. But for me, I realize this is a matter of compromise. And at the end of the day, 3 and 4 are good. But there's certain things you shouldn't compromise when you do a project like this. And I think Josh has been very good at making those points to us. And I think as a city, we honor the residents and the community when we listen to those well-considered engineering recommendations. Shaving a foot off on a roadway or a multi-use path has implications. It has safety implications. And the primary reason that I support any of this is because it makes the street safer. So when we compromise design elements that compromise safety, I don't think we're really compromising there. I mean, we are, but we're compromising in a negative way. And I think the Winnequah Road project that exists now was an ill-conceived compromise because it didn't take into account the thoughtful advice of engineers. So I think we can have a 10-foot path, and that can be a good solution for the community. Or we can have a sidewalk with the proper width of a road and bicycle lanes. Both of those options allow us to have a safer street. And that's my concern.
Okay, we were given a plan that said 8 feet. So I'm assuming that somebody thought that was a safe option.
I asked the question tonight, and I think it was answered pretty clearly that.
So I asked him about 9, and we didn't hear his response, so I'm going to put you right smack in the middle.
Yeah, I think we should probably vote down.
I'm sorry?
We should probably vote down. If you wanted to do what Chad's saying, put it to the standard, I would say hold it at 10. If you go under 10, you're not to the standard. You could be 9, it could be 9.5, it could be 8.5, it could be 8. Once you fall under it, it's under it, right?
And you did say that it could vary.
Could vary. So you're still going to keep
that tree right there. It could come down to 8 feet.
And you are going to still keep it at 8 feet in front of the wall. You
So
can't
we'll-
put it at 10 in front of the wall unless.
We know whether the issue with the trees and the environment between 8, 9, and 10? I mean,
What did you say, Kat?
Will we lose more trees if we go from 8 to 10?
Yes.
How many more?
Roughly 7.
7 more?
7 more.
Big trees?
Over 6 inches, so there's some of them are pretty good size. Or some of those are going to lose their terrace space, right? So we didn't detail it all out, but can we take the path, bring it in a little closer to the curb, then take it back out?
There are some trees. I mean, if my trees were in jeopardy, which were planted
I
in
think a few of them are yours.
1938, I would be heartbroken.
I think a few of them are yours, potentially. And I could be misspeaking. No, Kathy, I think yours are okay. The 3, 2, yeah. At least the ones that were picked up in the survey. But you're saying that with anybody, they'd be heartbroken, right?
So if there's a 90-year-old tree and a difference of 1 foot in the path is my question.
I think there could be stipulations where we can go around and we can do certain things. Narrow the terrace. If you guys want to reduce it to 8 at those crossings, the guide will give you that to do that if there's a hazard.
Now, I'm just saying, we're making a recommendation
Right.
and we don't know
Right.
what the impact is on the environment, on the trees. And if there's a 90-year-old tree and it's 1 foot,
May I modify my motion?
What's your motion?
It was to make it a maximum of 10 feet and a minimum of 8 feet.
I'll accept that.
I have a friendly amendment and an accepted friendly amendment. All in favor of accepting the, do we?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Aye.
Look at that.
Opposed?
Seems fair.
Okay. So then we'll vote on the motion, if everyone's comfortable at this point. Anyone have anything else to say? I'll call the question then. All in favor of accepting the motion on the table that would be a max of 10 feet, a minimum of 8? of option 4, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? 1 nay. So the motion passes. Thank you, everyone. We take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all of you, for staying
That's a record.
and for voicing your opinions.
Thanks all of you.